Good afternoon, disc golf fans, and welcome to Charlotte, North Carolina. It's round 2, the day before the great reset of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships. Tournament Central Time, Nate Perkins, Brian Earhart. We're going to preview the action today. Nate, the cut line is 3 under par. They have one more round to access that top 12 position. And with that, we're going to jump right into it. We have multiple players on that cut line right now, and we talked to quite a few of them after their first round yesterday. Let's take a listen.
If I'm in a comfortable spot scoring-wise, I'll probably throw a forehand just to kind of make progress. If I need a birdie, I'll throw the backhand and attack. Similar on 18, I might ask for a little bit more off the tee if I feel like I need the birdie. So yeah, there are a couple little decisions that might change depending on the scenario.
Who knows? You know, I mean, everyone that's battling for those spots, they're so good. So everyone can shoot 5 tomorrow. Everyone can shoot even tomorrow. You know, it's this course. It's going to be more challenging. You know, people are going to be thinking about that spot. There's going to be a little more pressure. So, you know, I just want to get off to a start like I did today. And, you know, it'll probably take, you said it's at 3 right now. I think if you can get to 7, you're in a good spot.
Cool.
But you don't want to play 17 and 18 needing to birdie or needing to even par. So, you know, if you can get to 8 or 9 going into the last 2, that would feel pretty good.
Sweet.
You're right there on the line. You know, tomorrow's an important day. Does the game plan change now that you're so close to advancing?
No, I think all the same. I just need to do some putting today and make sure I'm not missing those tomorrow, and I will be good.
It's really difficult to be in a good headspace and be focusing on your shot when you're already so far behind, especially at a course like this. You know, I turn to Isaac, I'm like, all those strokes I worked for this entire year, I just lost in one hole. And you can't be doing that out here. I told my caddy, you can't be taking big numbers like that. You know, he's ditching me for Isaac and tomorrow, and that's what I deserve, you know. That was the deal. Whoever made the lead card would get the, or whatever, the higher card would get the caddy. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully none of this actually ends up mattering. Hopefully I can you make the cut. Obviously I do get the tiebreakers. That's pretty nice. And yeah, if I can just make the cut, we reset, and I'm tied for the lead with 2 more rounds left to go, basically.
Well, Nate, let's start out by talking about Gannon Buhr. Gannon had a rough day yesterday, but he sounded like he was satisfied with the way he was throwing, at least somewhat. The hyzer flip coming out of his hand looked beautiful, but 3 under par is now the cut line. What is it going to take to move on to this top 12 tomorrow?
As far as the number, I really think that if you're at 7, you're pretty safe. If you're at 5 or 6, like, you're going to be right there on the bubble, and your seed's going to really come into play. So you really have to shred today. I mean, over par is not going to cut it for anyone that's near that cut line today. And it was interesting to hear Gannon talk about how he felt he lost all the strokes that he worked all year to gain in the front 9. So I didn't really think of it that way, but he's right. I mean, those strokes that he started with, gone because of the misfortune there on the fourth with the triple bogey. And that's the thing about Nevin. You can feel like you're throwing the disc great, like you're piping the fairway, but you have those late trees that you have to miss that are right at circle 2, just off the fairway. And a lot of times you're hitting those trees, and that is where the mental test comes from. That's what makes Nevin such an arduous course to be out there 4 hours in the dense woods, because it feels like bad luck. And you said it yesterday that you might get that bad luck for that window of time, but it's not going to happen all 4 rounds.
Never does.
It never does it?
Well, the great Michael Johansson, the legend in the Charlotte disc golf area, always says about this course, it's better to miss by a lot than a little. And I couldn't think of a better example than hole number 13 yesterday. Gannon throws gorgeous line. I mean, this is covering 350 to 400 feet with a driver, late flipping, clips the outside of a tree on the left side of the fairway, kicks him into nothingness. Terrible scramble opportunity. Isaac Robinson throws a near identical line and pierces up the fairway another 50 to 75 feet. That's the theme out here in this course. You just have to keep firing away. I mean, it's almost like when you get a spit out. It stinks, but you just have to keep throwing those same putts and hitting the dead center pole. And I feel like off the tee, you have to do the exact same thing out here. You just have to be aggressive, and you have to be resilient out here. You don't just get to give up. We've seen players already doing that. You can't carry that mindset into this course. Nate, we also can talk about Nicholas Antila. Nicholas Antila is right there to take down a huge victory for Europe and for Finland most specifically. I would love to see him shoot a great round and move on to the finals today.
Yeah, Nicholas is the only player that's above the cut line right now that did not start with any strokes. He shot a 4 down yesterday, one of the better rounds of the day. Taking a look, just the lone bogey there on 17, and we saw, after seeing the FPO finish this morning, there is going to be so much coming down to these last 3 holes, which are playing some of the most difficult holes on the course. You're going to want to be well above that cut line as you come into those really difficult finishing holes.
I mean, you see him 50% greens in regulation. He had to look for birdie 9 times on this course.
Impressive.
And that number on this course is amazing. You're not going to see someone 75, 80% greens in regulation out here, maybe from circle 2, but you have to capitalize on these birdie opportunities. And I think Nicholas at least is going to be able to advance the fairway. I think when we talk about great gap hitters, I think he's right there, right up there with Isaac Robinson, Calvin Heimburg, all of these phenomenal gap hitters that are right there towards the top.
And he's the guy that took discs out of his bag after playing well here last year, and I saw a couple of those discs yesterday that beat in PD. That's like the disc that he's really leaning on. Actually, the one that he threw in there, I believe it's currently hole 11 here. But yeah, Nicholas, great opportunity today, and I think that the weight of not having strokes is kind of gone. Now that he's above that cut line, it is like he has strokes, so he doesn't have to think about being at a disadvantage to anybody today. He's above that cut. It's in his hands. He just has to shoot a few under par, and he's going to be one of the 12 to move on.
Well, we also have to talk about Proctor being one of those 12. He's right on that cut line as well. What do you think? I mean, we've seen him in get opportunities to shoot well under pressure, and he's not quite done so well. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, he just hasn't had that breakthrough moment this season. I felt like Proctor had probably one of the best seasons without a win. I'm certainly going to get checked on that, but 6 under through 10. I mean, he was the hottest player on the front 9. Just lobbing that one up. Wasn't even going for that long putt there. Cashes it. There's a great putt there on the second to get a birdie.
Putts are coming out with confidence. I mean, the trajectory of these putts from circle 2, you can tell that he is gunning for the basket. He's not afraid to release the putter from 50, 60, 70 feet. And he's maneuvering the fairways flawlessly. I mean, yeah, he had a rough double bogey at 11, 16. Those are holes that these things can happen on, but he just needs to turn on the jets in the back 9. I mean, you have to at least get a couple of birdies out here and just maintain on 17, 18. He did his job on those 2 holes. You don't really need to get the birdie unless it's coming down the stretch and you feel like you have to. Today, that's not going to be the case unless he gets to hole 16, looks at his phone, and realizes he's maybe just a couple strokes out of it. But we'll just have to see. 2 under par currently is a stroke out of that top 12.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's 4 total for the event. We're going to talk about another player right on the cut line. Brian, there's so many players. It's hard to key in on just a few of them, but let's talk Joel Freeman. I mean, he looked great yesterday, but similar story, Brian. The back nine is just playing so much harder. Joel started out his round phenomenally, and right now he's sitting at that 3 under mark, and he's at a slight disadvantage to a couple people above him based on the seed. Now remember, it's not a hot round today, even though this is the second round. It's based on the seed. But look at that start, Brian. 4 down through 6. So hard to get a turkey out here.
Yeah, but then again, you see the back nine. I mean, this is killing players, and I don't know what strategy you can implement to actually consistently shoot well in the back nine. You're just going to have to miss on the right side of the fairway and hope that you have a good second shot to look at the green. We can rapid fire though, Nate. There's another player that's in the mix, Matt Oram. I mean, this day is going to be one of the more dramatic days on the disc golf course that we've seen all season long because of what we're playing for and the sprint that it takes to get there.
It really is a different kind of pressure, Brian. It's pressure for the win, but it's not quite over yet. It's just that pressure, and I feel like it pushes players to kind of focus more on their competitors and think about what they actually need to do. And you know, we saw a lot of the FPO players not checking scores. It worked out for a few of them, didn't work out for others. And I have to wonder, like, I want to know each player if they're looking at scores and they know what they're going through, because the jump in pay is like not like a normal tournament. I mean, you make it into the top 12, obviously you have a chance at 40K, but you're doubling your money right away if you make it. I think they made $2,500 for just making it to the finals. I think they get guaranteed 4 or maybe 5 for making it into the top 12. So there's a lot on the line here. Matteo just went off there, bled that first drive off to the left a little bit, but he has a great chance. He's sitting 2 outside now. The cut's at 4. 1 over, certainly not going to cut it today, Brian. He's looking for more of that 3 to 5 under par today. And also, over par in the back. 2 over par in that back nine. I think there was just a few players in total that shot under par on that back nine.
Well, with that, Nate, we are going to take a quick commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network. So much more to talk about today. We will see you on the other side.
We are the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We exist not just in the throws and the putts, but in the hearts of those who make it possible. We are a story. Behind every disc thrown, there is a team. Professionals bound by respect, care, and a shared passion. We work tirelessly to create disc golf's grandest stages at the world's premier venues. Together with volunteers and fans, we form a community that not only shares the love of disc golf, but enriches lives beyond the game. It's our goal to continually evolve professional rules, benchmarks, and experiences to ensure the highest level of play. Every competition and every throw is an invitation to a world-class experience. This is who we are. This is our story. Welcome to the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
You can watch the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship and more live pro disc golf coverage here on the Disc Golf Network. Use the code CHAMPTC, all one word, at checkout for 20% off your first month subscription. Scan the QR code or hit the link in the description below to subscribe today and wrap up this exciting 2023 disc golf season. And joining me as we wrap up, well, maybe start the day here is PDGA's Doug Bierkus. Doug, this isn't just a course that popped up overnight. You played this course back in 2012 when they had the AM and Pro World Championships here.
Yeah, it was the last combined professional world championships, and I remember coming to this course. I played 2 rounds on it in the MP40 division, and I was blown away by how awesome it was, but it was not near as beat in as it is now. And as I walked the course with the FPO 2 card today, I was just thinking, this has turned into a gem. What a fantastic track to play disc golf.
Well, that same year, I was an intern for the PDGA, and I was walking those same fairways with you, and I got to watch Barry Schultz and Ken Climo duke it out at their first Masters Worlds, and just a phenomenal experience to have the AM and Pro Worlds together. But I guess I want to ask you, just talk about how Charlotte comes together for disc golf. It's just a really special thing out here.
You know, it's become kind of the hub of disc golf, especially at the end of the year with the USDGC and the Throw Pink Championships, which we had last week. Following it up with this great event, it's fantastic, and more of these touring pros seem to be gravitating to relocating here to Charlotte. So, yeah, it's a hotbed for disc golf.
Well, a man who is home on the East Coast that is gunning for 40 grand this week, hopefully surviving today, the man himself, Calvin Heimburg. We talked to him after shooting a great round yesterday. Let's take a listen.
It's definitely the hardest course that I think we played on tour this year. I mean, 7 under is, probably about as good as you could ever expect to do. Came through the last couple with a couple birdies too, which is really good. So, you know, I'd love to replicate that in the next 3 rounds, but odds of that are pretty low. I think it's just, you know, one shot at a time. Try to keep them in the fairway, and then, you know, when you get in trouble, don't try to get too aggressive. You know, sometimes you just have to take your medicine and take a bogey. You know, we all knew what it was coming in. I mean, it definitely sucks knowing that, like, if I do make it to the weekend, that I don't get to count that 7 under round. But, yeah, I'm feeling good and just looking to continue, you know, this kind of momentum and, you know, just feeling calm on the course. You know, the sun starts to set earlier this time of the year, and we're in the woods, so it definitely gets dark early, but I don't think it really changes how I'm attacking the course. You know, I have an idea before I get here, you know, of how I want to play a hole. It's just when you get out of position, it makes scrambling a little more difficult because it's kind of harder to tell how far away trees are, and just depth perception becomes a little bit of an issue. But how I attack the hole hopefully doesn't change at all because, you know, you've practiced the tee shot you want to throw multiple times.
Nate, Calvin shot 7 down. I mean, this is a man that also shot a course record 9 under par last year at Northwood Black. I mean, he murders these long wooded courses, and he didn't even look fully sharp yesterday. Can you talk about that?
Well, the discs that he has for this course, I think the more so with Nevin than other tracks, like, you need that specific stability slot to work, and Calvin has that right now. He has 2 eagles that he's switching back and forth between. The one that we saw there on hole 1, he doesn't even need that to flex back. Most players, Brian, are trying to get their driver, their 12 speed, to kind of check back up, but Calvin is just bleeding it over on Annie, and he's throwing it so fast it's just getting there, giving him a look. And yeah, he made some mistakes, some silly mistakes there on 7 to get the bogey, and then again on 14. But dominant performance from Calvin. 7 down, I'm still sticking with it, Brian. It's not going to be beat. That's going to remain the course record when this tournament is over. Look at this lace. This is an absolute rope. This is one of the hardest shots right there.
That's a 400-foot uphill tunnel that's maybe 10 feet wide. You step up to the hole and you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to throw my most optimal shot here. No, I'm going to try to hit this gap.
Nearly dunks it there on 17, Brian, and he's able to do that because he throws it 475 out of that 12-foot tunnel on 17. That's exact when Jeff Spring and Mark are designing this course, they're thinking about where should they put the OB. They're thinking about guys like Calvin, like Eagle, like Simon. When they're putting that OB at 500 feet, they're saying this is where the professional side of the landing zone is, and that's exactly where Calvin got to yesterday on 17. That's how he was the only player to net birdies to close out their round, and I think that's clearly going to determine the champion here.
And you know what's interesting to me, Nate? there's a stability slot that I feel like he's missing from his bag. I'm watching him throw these fairway drivers so well, but like you said, they are bleeding over, and it seems like not intentional. I mean, he's getting so far up the fairway.
Too flippy?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It almost makes me feel like you want a freshie in your bag to kind of get that late checkup. I feel like he did it 2 or 3 times when he didn't want to, but that could have just been user error, and it could have been much more stable of a disc than we thought.
Throwing it too hard for the moment. Yeah, get that tournament juice.
I mean, but like we've heard a lot of players say, just get up the fairway. So that's probably why the 7 under didn't look as pristine as maybe the scorecard showed. I think there's potential for him to go even deeper under par, Nate. I'm going to disagree with you on the 7 being the best round. With that said, Isaac Robinson also is right there in the mix, second place currently, which only is going to matter for one more round. What's the psychology of someone like Isaac Robinson? What is he going to have to bring into today?
I mean, it's so much different than a normal event, because normal event, he's 5 back with a smoking hot Calvin Heimburg, but all Isaac has to do, I mean, he could shoot even an even par and still make it in today. So the stress is really off today. I think, like I've been keying on, it's less about, hey, am I going to make it, and more about, let me dial this course in. And that's the kind of mindset that I hope Isaac Robinson is in today. Like, hey, he was off his game a little bit. Beautiful stepper right there. Isaac Robinson this year, Brian, I mean, just taking a step back, he's the player that more than anybody else, I feel, changed the way that other people want their putt to look like. Like, oh, we've been taking too much time. This pre-shot routine is just too long. Let me just try and do it like I-Rob and just put it up in the air. I mean, no one has really done it like him. It took him a little bit to get those FX4s dialed, but once he did, he started scoring. This is the downhill number 10 right here. Pardon me, number 11. Look at that tree love late in the flight. The really difficult hole 13 right there.
I don't even have any critiques. I mean, I watched him throw these fairways. That's all you need to do. I mean, he throws such frozen ropes with so many different speeds of disc that it just doesn't matter. And the fact is, he can make a putter look the exact same as his 9 speeds. And with that said, go ahead, throw the 9-speed. I mean, advance as far down these fairways as possible, and don't worry about it. I mean, he's so good at controlling the fate of his flights in these woods that I give him the upper hand on most players in this field, if not all of them. I think he could beat Calvin Heimburg today.
I think he's my pick as well. I mean, if you take a look at the scorecard, 4 strokes separate him and Calvin for that round, and 4 strokes on 17 and 18. That was the difference, and he didn't miss by much, so he's still my pick for this title.
Well, Nate, I think there's a lot more golf that we need to talk about, but we're going to take a quick break here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll see you on the other side.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Nice Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
I want to be known for winning a lot of tournaments. You know, hopefully I get to a point where I can be dominant in an era with so many people coming up in the game. It's so hard to stay consistent at the top. That's kind of my goal, is to set the new standard for this generation.
I don't know, I'm not attacking by any means, but I'm definitely trying to put myself in position to get birdies when I can. And I think I was just scrambling well today. That was the biggest thing. I throw a bad tee shot, bad up shot, I got up and down. So that was the biggest thing.
Yeah, and after playing some of these new holes in competition, like, how do you feel about a 5 under today?
It felt good. It definitely felt nice. There was a couple putts I definitely missed towards the end, circle's edge and out, but I think 5 under is a pretty good number, but I'm going to try to strive for that 7, 8, or 9, see what happens.
Nate, it seems like every time we listen to Kyle Klein talk to us during interviews, we both make the same remark. This is just a simple kid. I mean, simple man, you could say. He's in his early 20s now. I mean, we've been seeing him come up since he was in his teens. But he just thinks very simply about the game. I mean, his IQ of the game is very high, but he doesn't overthink things, it seems like.
No, certainly doesn't. I feel like he's matured quite a bit in the last few years, and I mean, a U.S. title doesn't hurt at all to the confidence. So just the one bogey yesterday, and it was like a 20-footer that it was downhill. I mean, the bucket looked huge for him, as he said, and just let that one slip away. And yeah, the disc golf IQ is high, and I love what you said yesterday, the shot shaping IQ. I mean, his ability to understand his flippy discs, flippy mids. Look at him draw this one, goes left side of the pole, gets it up to flat, and then it starts to bank enough speed to get across the creek, makes the connection for the birdie right there. That hole's been giving a lot of people trouble. It feels like there's another hole right there, Brian, where you can hit the line 90% of the way, but if you hit that tree on the other side...
Look at this, Nate.
That's hole 14. That's a 400-foot tunnel. There's barely enough space to throw a disc 400 feet on that hole. He puts that one on a rope, probably throwing a 12 speed on that. What do you think?
I mean, he could have even gone slower, Nate. I mean, he started that out on a pretty steep hyzer and swung it up to flat and pushed it forward. I mean, this is what we're talking about. He's creative, and his ability to manipulate everything. Nose angle, wing angle, speed, spin, both at the same time. I mean, he can do it all right now with the backhand. And like you said, his forehand is coming along too. I mean, he is elite in every category. Watching Kyle Klein play in these Charlotte Woods is such a delight. He spent a lot of time here. He spent part of his off season here, and it's showing. So very much looking forward to that. Another player, though, that is wonderful in these woods that grew up and lived a bit in South Carolina is Ricky Wysocki. Well, I mean, yeah, this is a guy who has won the tournament here last year. He almost won Worlds here in 2012. I mean, Nate, there's so much to unpack with Ricky on this course, but what is he going to have to push through today to actually make it to the finals?
Well, I mean, he had almost as many birdies as everyone yesterday. He had 9 birdies, 3 doubles. I mean, that's just a scorecard that we just haven't seen before. There was a nice 50-footer to open his championship on hole 1, and this is way back in the fairway on 4. I mean, he didn't even have good footing there. Got that one up to speed just outside the bullseye. Here he is on the hole that he took the Tour Championship down on last year with back-to-back birdies. Of course, they've backed it up this year, and look how he's playing this, Brian. He's not laying up. He's getting down in the mouth. That's after 2. That's unheard of.
I mean, that's a guy that went 2 times on this previous hole, which is exactly where his second shot landed, and won the Tour Championship because of it. He has no shortage of distance. I think he's one of the most underrated distance throwers on the tour, especially in regards to golf distance. And Ricky's here to play. I mean, he just has to survive today, and then it's a 2-round sprint. We're going to see Ricky pull off some spectacular stuff in the woods. It's inevitable that he's going to be in a scramble position where he's going to have to do something amazing. One last person we're going to talk about today before we send it out to the ground, Cole Redolin, your Ledgestone Open champion, who gave us a showcase at Northwood Black. Here now at Nevin. He actually asked Gannon Bird, he said, "Are you throwing any drivers out here?" And they were discussing disc selection. He's just been throwing these aftershocks just unbelievably well. This is that really rare run. It's an older disc that he got at the factory.
That's mid right there on hole 1.
And he's throwing mid-range here on the 400-foot hole 1. He's doing it all over the place out here, Nate.
Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, he brought the aftershock back to life. I know Shasta Chris was a little sad. He's like, no, I'm never going to be able to find those green aftershocks because everybody wants them after Cole's win. And the distance putting, I mean, Cole and Gannon are two of those players that have just kind of like freaked us out over the past few years. Like, oh, I didn't know that you could putt from 200 feet standstill. And he had that one on hole number 7. That is just bonkers. That is 130 feet. Like, that takes me back to Paul Macbeth at the Australian Open years ago when he made that.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that putt, Brian? I mean, this is just incredible. And look at this late flip. I think this might be the aftershock.
It's a mid-range again, Nate. I mean, this is hole number 8. This is 400 plus feet. I mean, this is maybe 460 downhill. When you have the power that Cole has, good for you. Take the mid-range out of your bag, find something neutral, and throw it hard. I mean, when you find a tempo that you like to throw, find that disc and use it as many times as you possibly can in the woods. If you get too cute with trying to change up your molds and your stabilities, you're going to have to make an adjustment every single time.
Mm-hmm.
I love the simple mindset that he carries to this course. I think we could see him get to the finals and go deep in the finals. With that, we just talked your ear off, folks. There is so much to talk about here, so many storylines with this Tour Championship. The Great Reset happens after this round. The top 12 move on to Saturday, Sunday. We're going to throw it out there. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, signing off. We'll see you soon.
Play for Gannon Burr. Good. That's fantastic.
The Tour Championship is brought to you by Barbasol. Good afternoon and welcome to the Matt Keats Memorial Disc Golf Course in Nevin Park, Charlotte, North Carolina. We're here for the semifinals of the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. Arcana current conditions show us things have heated up today to 79 degrees, humidity at 47%, wind 7 miles per hour. Changing directions from this morning, now coming out of the southeast. And off to the start, we have Ezra Robinson getting after it on hole number 1. Missing all the final trees. Park job to open up his second round. Nicholas Antala playing the turnover as well. Coming in on the other side of the Guardians, answering what he saw from Robinson. Gannon Burr doesn't connect on the 25-footer. Every stroke matters today. Gannon's going to have to get it going. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller alongside Nate Sexton and three-time world champ Nate Doss. Man, we saw this incredible battle of Nevin versus the field yesterday. Today we're going to be geared up for another go at it, but we're maybe watching different things than normal or paying attention in different ways, Nate?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a unique format. It's all about being in that top 12 before things reset for the final 2 rounds. So usually you want to be on that lead card, and you still do today, but the cameras might not be quite as interested in what you're doing, Calvin Heimburg, as you're well clear of the field. We're going to be really focused on that second card area of the field because it's all about making that top 12 before things reset. Strokes in hand today don't do anything for you.
Yeah, and we know that even if you do have strokes in hand, even if you are out in front, it's not safe. It's tough to close out here, isn't it, Dawson?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it this morning. Unfortunately, Jessica Weiss having a really tough final hole. To steal from our friends over in track and field, you need to run through the finish line here at this tournament. Don't give up. If you're in that fourth card, and maybe the fifth card if you shoot an incredible round, finish strong, finish with a birdie, at least finish with a par. Make sure you put yourself in the best possible position, because as we get towards the end of the round, the stress is going to ramp up. This is a final round scenario, and we're going to see that happen in just a few hours.
Well, the field that has entered is 32 MPO players today. They're going to play the second of the two semifinal rounds, and that's all based on how they finished throughout the season, and some were awarded additional strokes in terms of an advantage. The top 12 will move on to the finals. That starts tomorrow afternoon, and tour points are the tiebreaker. So where you came into this tournament could matter immensely for how you're challenged up against someone else if you are in a tied score scenario. And then tomorrow, the scores completely reset. 12 players move on. Everybody goes back to even par tomorrow afternoon. We play 36 more holes, and then we crown our tour champion and hand him a $40,000 check. Ezra Robinson has a bogey look on hole number 2. And now he's sitting 1 over through 2 holes. We saw the park job, but then follows it up with a double bogey on 2. And that's kind of the name of the game out here at Nevin as we're taking a look at who is near that cut line right now. Ezra now sitting in a tie for 10th, just barely inside the cut line. We're going to show you that cut line as it moves and shifts throughout the entire day.
All right, everybody, welcome to our 2:35 p.m. tee time. This is your MPO chase card for the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships presented by Barbasol. Up first, please help me welcome Mr. Cole Redallen.
For these guys on our chase card, obviously the goal is going to be good golf and to not be involved in the conversation today when it comes to that cut line. But statistics would tell you probably at least one of these guys is going to spend a little time today in that conversation. It's hard to just run away from all the great players that we've got with cards. These guys to obviously play their game, stay out of trouble, avoid those first available hits if you can, as this course can get brutal quick.
Next on the tee, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Alden Harris.
Just a little bit too much power on that. Didn't quite get turned before the final wall of trees. .419 feet. Grab your mid-range, folks.
Well, I mean, the last 20 feet are slightly downhill.
Sure.
So, yeah, mid all day, right?
It's going to be too far. Didn't quite get the turn. Similar mistake we saw from all 3 players so far.
Rounding out our card, let's put your hands together for Mr. Anthony Barella.
looks like all of them are going to be caught in that wood line on the left side.
And as they move down, we'll take a look at our U-Disc course close-up. We're at Nevin Park in Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, the #1 disc golf city in the U.S., according to our U-Disc places. 130 courses in the surrounding region. So if you want to play disc golf, Charlotte's certainly the place to go. We learned yesterday that this is the Matt Keats Memorial Course, par 66, 10,770 feet. And this year we see that holes 1, 17, and 18 have been changed up just a little bit to enhance the spectator experience. U-Disc, discover over 14,000 courses. Go out and download it today from your favorite app store. Yesterday we watched Proctor reining him in from pretty much everywhere to get things going early in the round.
This is a short drive. He's in the middle, but he's got a lot of distance still left. You see that short tee pad. We like to see players' drives get up into the area of that tee when you really have a special shot off of hole 3. I think Anthony's going to be happy that he took that little backwards roll. Certainly makes this shot much more simple.
So speculation time, if you look at the scores over here on the right, we've got to think that 7 under would get in to the top 12. So you're looking at this group these guys need to shoot a 1 under or an even. I think that seems pretty easy with the level and caliber of these players, but this course is tough. Yesterday we saw several over par rounds and a lot of rounds right around that 1 or 2 under mark. So you got to come out and do work. Like you said, you don't want to be a part of the conversation, but if anybody from below shoots a 5, 6 under, they're going to shoot right past you if you're not on your game today.
I think you absolutely have to keep in mind the way this course finishes as well. It's not just like, oh, I'll just take some easy pars on 16, 17, 18, 14 even. Not the easiest holes to just game plan your way to success. It can be done, but big numbers waiting for people, and you certainly would like to avoid a position, nice shot from Cole there, where you need birdies out of those last few holes, because that is just not an easy thing to do. It's going to be the job of those 3rd and 4th cards to force these guys into that uncomfortable position coming down the stretch. You could see with Coles, it was just a very narrow line, and body language will tell you Eagle is also pretty uncomfortable over here.
He is exploring every option. You saw him almost just throw down a little flick roller. You see him leaning out to his left. Now you see him lining something up straight ahead of him.
Nicely done.
Some stress he didn't necessarily plan on for the opening hole. Here's Nicholas Antala with his 3rd shot on 3.
This is a hole that Niklas has some great memories on, as we saw that incredible eagle from him last year. Probably one of the best shots of the Tour Championship from about 350 feet back around the blind corner. Nice little forehand touch there from Alden.
Man will clean up his par. And the rest will tap in. The action's just getting started. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Down.
Get ready for an electrifying fusion of disc golf and art. Disc Golf Strokes, a Uplay fundraiser that will creatively blow your mind, featuring some of the biggest names in professional disc golf. Each 6-foot canvas is up for auction along with the artist's smocks, disc brushes, and other exclusive disc golf items. Every dollar helps fund Uplay's educational events, and we're currently raising money for our trip to Uganda and Kenya, Africa this October. Disc Golf Strokes, where the thrill of the game meets the power of art to benefit the world.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
Moments that are warm,
Exciting.
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there.
Even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard, considering how good he looks.
Du kastar eller?
Ja. Checka det här. Åh, jävlar.
Welcome back, James Proctor fighting out from the left side.
Sounded clean, and he thinks he liked it. So we'll see where he ended up.
This is Gannon Burr with a par look. Long stepper, but dead center.
He did make a post, Terry, saying no bogeys today. Just saved a big one there.
Gannon is working way too hard early. We saw the missed putt on one, but that is a nice one there.
We'll call that our Sunstein patented moment. Gannon Burr doing work out here, as you're saying. And if you need any patents, trademarks, copyright, any intellectual property protected, reach out to our friends over at sunsteinlaw.com. Antila just inside the circle.
Antila is the 25th seed, so doing pretty good. He's inside the top 12. The one thing to remember about Antila is he would lose out on any ties because he's at lower seed. Terry, what do we got here?
Well, it looks like there was a post yesterday where Gannon said, hopefully this fortune cookie that Alden Harris gave me doesn't come true tomorrow. Today was rough. That's how it's been the last 3 tournaments. My goal is just to make the cut and go from there. No bogeys tomorrow, meaning our round today. And Alden Harris claps back with fortune of sadness. We'll see. But Gannon Burr, well, trying to keep it bogey free. A couple good putts so far.
This is a great change. You remember Gannon Burr had a terrible time on this hole last round, and this time he lays off a little bit on the drive, which I love. Give himself the middle, give himself opportunity to work up the fairway and get a birdie look.
Now Ezra Robinson sitting in 11th, just inside the cut line for the moment.
A little bit more aggressive, more distance certainly, but a little bit pinched in that left side, I think.
All of these competitors currently inside the cut. McMahon has a birdie look on 2. Count it. Eagle McMahon puts it in from just inside the circle. And that is AB's drive that landed within 10 feet. We've got lead card action on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
A man cursed by fate. Wolf. Torn between man and beast.
I love competing in disc golf, but lately I just feel too dangerous. It feels irresponsible to be out there.
James, you're the best man I know. You gotta stay on tour.
Brace yourself for a tale of horror that will make your blood run cold. James Conrad is the Wolfman.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
The Toro is really good for short backhand and forehanded approaches. I really love it when the wind picks up a little. I can trust it to still fade towards the basket. Developing the Toro with Dave, I was looking for a low profile, slow disc that was good for forehand and backhand approaches. And through several iterations, we finally landed on this disc. You know, having my name on it, it's just, you know, the cherry on top.
TeamDiscraft.com. All the team favorites on one site.
The Tour Championship is brought to you by Barbasol. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Now Gannon Burr throwing his second. Oh, he had such a perfect tee shot. Now Proctor.
Fantastic. Able to swing that thing in.
We're going to take another look at this thanks to our friends at Zuka. Just great line, good speed, comes in just short. It's going to skip right up to the pin. Wood chips allowing him to do so. And a near bullseye hit for Proctor. That's how you make light work of hole number 4.
Nice.
Favorable little kick at the end there.
I think he did pretty well from there. That was that little bit awkward lie I was expecting from that left side. When you need to work the disc left, it's hard to do that when you're already on the left side of a wooded fairway. Cannon just kept it a little bit too straight. That's a nice recovery.
Yeah, if he makes that putt, it's a 3-stroke difference from yesterday. Did triple bogey this hole. And luckily, he's one of the tallest guys on tour. Otherwise, you need a much longer stick here. He's going to pop that thing out of there and move on. Over here to Ezra Robinson, putting for birdie.
Wow.
Okay, you could just do it that way.
Ezra Robinson came in as the 12th seed, and so he effectively was the bubble boy to start the tournament yesterday, and he's hanging in strong. Big putt there. That's going to move him into a tie for 9th place with a 50-foot putt.
You're looking for some strong food. You could go out and get some halal guys. You can find them at thehalalguys.com. Search by location.
Everybody, welcome to our 2:55
spicy
p.m.
food.
tee time.
That spicy
this is
pot.
your MPO lead card for the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, presented by Barbasol. Up first, please help me welcome Mr. Calvin Heimburg.
Ace run from Heimburg.
Next on the tee, let's give a warm Charlotte welcome to Mr. Isaac Robinson.
Oh, and a late kiss off the tree gives him an open look at the
Please
basket.
put your hands together for Mr. Kyle Klein.
Clean for Klein all the way through.
Rounding out our cards,
He's
let's
just
make some
deep of
noise
the
for
pin.
Mr. Ricky Wysocki.
Not sure if they watched the previous card tee off, but didn't make any of the mistakes that we saw from our chase card. And we're, of course, here at the Matt Keats course in Charlotte. Germ, we've been here for the Tour Championship for a couple of years. What does this mean to Charlotte and the club and the surrounding area?
Oh, this means everything to Charlotte. We obviously have hosted a number of world championships in the great city of Charlotte, North Carolina, but hosting the Pro Tour Championships here, the culmination of the long season, it just means everything to the club. We got wonderful volunteers like Mark Huther dedicating most of his year for service to make sure this place is beautiful and up to tour standards, and they've just knocked it out of the park year after year. They respond to all of Jeff's requests, and it's just another fantastic venue for another fantastic championship.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Germ. We'll be talking about some of the incredible efforts, including notes of over 375 hours of volunteering, over 31 people part of that, clearing more than 3.5 acres to provide more viewing and spectatorship. Such an incredible effort. In case anyone's confused, yes, that's Big Germ on the mic out there for us. We appreciate it. Here's Wysocki. Wysocki starts off with a banger.
And I think of everybody in this group, Sexton, we already talked about, as we're going to take a look at this from the catch cam. Beautiful punt from Ricky. We already talked about it. These guys don't want to be a part of the conversation, but I think of the 4 guys in this group, I think Ricky's round is so critical to him because of all the turmoil that he had in the front 9 yesterday. 3 double bogeys to go along with all other birdies. I think a very critical round for Ricky to get back into the confidence side of things before heading into the finals. Here's Antila.
Just squeaks it in as Antila picks up his 2nd birdie in 4 holes. Robinson, no problem collecting a birdie. The common miss that comes from Heimburg if his putter's not on is low. Yesterday, that didn't appear to be a problem at all. Today, opening up with a low putt on 1. Solid start for Klein. And Heimburg, the only one not to birdie. Robinson, the Ezra kind, over on hole number 5, throwing a 2nd.
Bit of a short drive, but he is in the middle. Stopped up on that left side. I think maybe a little short of where all those tiny trees are that we were warning about yesterday.
So Antila over here on the right side. It looks like he is going to have at least a stance outside of the bushes, but still a standstill scenario here. And all he's trying to do is just pick a spot out there, try to get into that first level of trees so that he can try to attack the rest of the fairway. It'll all depend on the lie. For Antila, if he gets a clean lie, he could potentially get all the way back to this basket. It is a par 5 here.
Now Isaac Robinson, tee of 2. What trees?
If you could pick any guy to throw that hole, I mean, we've seen a lot of struggles on it. It's in the mid 300s, but it's a difficult line. It needs that delicate turn and then the finish. Nobody better at controlling those angles downrange, 300 and 400 feet away from the tee. Isaac Robinson has so much command. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, that's very nice. As you said, to get that far up the fairway, he's going to have a clean lie. He's not up against a tree. Should have an opportunity here. And this is a big tee shot here from Proctor. Way on the left side, how hard is this angle here, Sexton?
I think going for the pin would be a mistake. I think you just try to hit this fairway, get your fade. The pin is pushed back a little. Try to set yourself up with less than 200 from a place like this. A little bit, the little tap of the brake pedal after the big drive, I think, is smart. That looks nice. Through the gap low, not too ambitious about left finish, and that's going to line him up nicely. I mean, there's still trees to miss, but you can see the basket there. Very doable from that spot.
Yeah, from there, just a slight fading turnover, just following the hillside. Should be all that Proctor will need. So an opportunity to make birdie for Proctor here on the par 5.
You hear him saying there's one tree I needed to miss and I squared it. And you did see that he did have a lot of skip energy. If he could have missed that one big tree late, potentially puts himself in position to take a long jump putt to the basket, basically guarantee birdie. Niklas forced to the standstill. And the basket is way out to his left, so it did look a little funny with the way he's putting his foot there, but you got to remember the basket almost directly left from him in that situation.
This is Barella with his second shot on hole number 4.
I like this.
Yeah, that's definitely going to push up into circle 1 for Barella. See Barella and Proctor both at 5 under. They're in the top 10, so they're currently safe. Ezra and Joel also at 5 under, and then a little bit of separation.
Well,
right at the cut line.
And Joel Freeman just jumped into the cut. And yes, Terry, there is a 2-stroke separation. Joel Freeman just jumped in because Bradley Williams, who had been playing really well, huge putt from Ricky. Now that's back-to-back big birdie looks. Bradley Williams just took a triple bogey over on hole number 6. And so he has now dropped way off the pace, all the way down into a tie for 20th. Freeman taking advantage there, and he is now inside of that cut line.
Looking at Ezra Robinson, when you mentioned him being in 12th, that just shows me another moment where I got to check my biases as far as the same way with Kyle Klein, where I felt I'm not giving him the respect he deserves. I think Ezra, understandably, living in his brother's shadow a little bit. But a 12th place in the points on the season, you're talking about a season better than the likes of James Conrad, better than the likes of Corey Ellis, better than the likes of Brad Williams. I mean, a lot of really, really good players. So
yeah,
respect to Ezra Robinson for an incredible season.
And he picked up a win. You know, it was on the Silver Series, but still, a win is a win on the Pro Tour. And I think that's a big step forward for him. And it's also a big step forward for him, too. If he can make this finals, it gives you this experience of being, kind of on the primetime stage. So I do agree with you when it comes to Robinson and sort of the impressive nature of his season. We were looking at the scorecard there of Bradley Williams while you were talking, Sexton. He had not made a Circle 1 putt. He had not had to make a Circle 1 X putt, which means he was parking everything.
Wow. Hole 6 is tough.
And
That's that island hole.
Exactly. And then he takes the big number on 6.
I think all through the coverage yesterday, we saw kind of nothing but good breaks on that hole, and I would be surprised if that continues throughout all of our coverage. Crossing over OB in the woods is just nightmare fuel. You can have some really bad things happen.
So while Burr had a clean stance, he didn't have the best angle. And here we go. Adam Hammes is trying to make something happen as he has now jumped into 13th. So he is in between the 5-under mark for getting in and the 3-under mark of Gannon Burr. So he is right there at 4 under, Terry, through 11 holes. Can Hammes set a number? Maybe get to 7, 8 under for the tournament. He would need another 3 birdies, but that might get Hammes in. He's already come up 14 spots today.
Yeah, what a charge.
And always just keep in mind the seed in which you enter the championship weekend with. Adam is an 18 seed, so he's going to need to really move up because tiebreakers aren't likely going to be in his favor.
There it is. Perfect shot from Proctor right between those last 2 trees.
Antila needs a similar shot. Kind of just got to follow the slope of the hill here. Going from left to right. And Antila has put that way out to the left.
I get the sense those 2 trees in the middle, about 50, 60 short, are really tricky.
Yeah.
I think that shot, you expect it to be sort of an easy shot, especially after watching coverage of this tournament last year when the basket was in a little shorter location. But that's not a given. That's a difficult play. Turning the putter in, missing the trees you need to miss, keeping the angle flat to avoid that rollaway Terry talked about yesterday. It's a difficult hole.
We're going to be keeping our scores over here on the right side up throughout the coverage today so that you guys can go ahead and see who is in and who is out. The bottom 3 are out in this scenario, but you can see Burr and Lazat, they're just a couple of good holes away from jumping right back in the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has another one.
Wow.
Robinson from way downtown. Well, I mean, he is playing with James Proctor, so maybe James just said, hey, I had the magic yesterday. I'd like to hand it off to you today. So big putting coming from Ezra Robinson.
The putting is kind of the family business over there.
Yeah.
At the Robinson household. Just incredible, both of those guys.
He paused, was a little hesitant for a moment, didn't know if he got enough on it, but it catches left side, drops in for Antila.
Antila, one of the 2 Finnish players that make the Tour Championship. Him and fellow countryman Vaino Makila also playing here today. Vaino outside the top 12 currently. Back in a tie for 20th. It's so anti-thinking here for Gannon Burr, who makes good on his birdie, that he just needs to get into a tie for 12th. As long as he does that, he will play the weekend. Because the 1 and 2 seeds are way up top right now. He would beat out anybody based on his seed. It's hard to think that way, but still, for Burr, he just has to do it just enough.
And that's just one of your keys here, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, that's a positive mindset. That's where we're going here. We just got to try to find just enough to get ourselves to the finals and then try to play good on the weekend. Fairway hits critical here. You have to give yourself opportunities. Any early kicks, you end up in a situation to have to do what the third key is, which is scramble. No matter how well you play, you're going to have to scramble. Yesterday, we heard Calvin Heimburg say, I just never put myself in a tough position. Even when I did have to scramble, it was just off the edge of the fairway. That's why he shot the course record. That's why he's leading here in our semifinals.
Chance to send one here for Anthony. It is a little bit constrained late on that right side. If he can get some significant hyzer on this, he's one of the only guys that could kind of push up towards the wood line.
Oh, no. That's way too far right.
Yeah, too low.
That brings that big bush into play. Proctor does have a lot of power on this big hyzer line. And he'll get the green flag. If you're taking this big, high, really kind of hyzer flip line, you do have to put a ton of power on it. Otherwise, the short OB line on the left can come into play. Robinson playing that one nicely out to the right, a little safer.
No problems finding fairway.
It's going to be a little short for Antila, though. I think he's safe. He played it right enough.
And someone who's been out there all year long, walking along, taking in the action, Brian Earhart. Brian, give us an assessment. What are we seeing from Gannon Burr? We saw a post from him, and he's not coming off the best week at the USDGC.
Yeah, you know, you can never quite tell exactly what he's going to bring to the table week in and week out because of the fact that he'll always say that he's playing terrible. He's so hard on himself, but he also likes to joke around and use self-deprecating humor. But this week, he just didn't seem with it when he went into this tournament. But yesterday, he at least said that he felt good throwing the disc. He felt like it was one of those just terrible days in the disc golf course where he kept losing coin tosses. He kept throwing good shots, giving himself opportunities, but his results were not quite showing it. And it happens out here. I mean, hole 13 yesterday was just a brutal result. I mean, he threw a beautiful line, kicks off into oblivion. Isaac Robinson throws an identical line and gets rewarded for it. But today, I think he's going to be able to keep it together. I mean, he just has to keep doing what he's been doing and hope that the breaks go his way today. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game out here at Nevin.
Yeah, thank you for the insight, Brian. And I do think back to what he said in the press conference, talking about how he didn't feel he played that poorly at USDGC, but a few holes just kind of snowballed into big numbers. Now we're back with Calvin Heimburg. And that one on the pole. No problems for Heimburg. He's even through the first three. And Antala getting a little tricky there. Finds the good side of the OB line.
I really like the roller as an option here, but I don't think he got the flip he wanted here. It's obviously heading out of bounds momentarily.
And that's what we'd consider a close shave, thanks to our friends at Barbasol. Antala getting back in bounds. Close shave replay.
I'm guessing from that location on the left side, it's a par play. But we will see if he has an opportunity to get aggressive at all.
Yeah, it feels like from the left side, and now we're going to see Robinson way over here on the right side.
There is out of bounds on that right side.
Let's see if we can get any indication quite yet. We don't see.
It's still showing him inbounds. And we can confirm, Brian, did he come up short? Did you get any indication?
Yeah, there's a lot more room off to that right side than you think. He is, in fact, safe.
Appreciate it. That's Big Germ moving in for the left-handed handshake. I don't know if that's a way to throw somebody off or not.
It would throw
They always
me
feel
off.
awkward, don't they? I can tell you that much.
The left-handed, two-handed handshake. That'll definitely throw you off. There's no question about that.
I mean, I guess unless you're Brian, I mean, he's left-handed, but I still think he, adheres to the social norms.
I just don't think he would use the second hand.
Here's Proctor.
Boy, you almost feel like that was kind of fortunate. That looked like it was going left for Proctor. High, but to inbounds.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's in great position. Burr was a little low. Everyone's shorter than they'd like to be. Dangerous time on this hole now, I think, as you're thinking about making the decision to cross. And this is Barella. Like we thought, all that power sometimes can hurt you as he is on that low right side. I think that is a smart play. I'm not sure he had much opportunity to do anything else, but he's lined himself up perfectly to try to salvage par.
That's more angle and higher than you'd expect. But it looks like it's going to pay off for Barella.
Yeah, that looked really good.
You're correct, Terry. That's the first one we've really seen go that high. But as you said, the pin is way more left than the fans at home can tell. He got a lot of left-hand flight there with going with all that height. Big tie for 6th place, 6 under, all the way down to Joel Freeman, who's sitting just one shot back at the tie.
As we see, both Gannon and Adam Hammis sitting outside of the cut line at the moment. And Nico LaCastro, along with Andrew Presnell, both moving up significantly here today, and they're very much in that conversation when it comes to where the cut line is at the moment.
Still feels like that 7 number could potentially get it done, but we will see. That looked like a moderately aggressive attempt. I don't know that he's too disappointed to just hit the tree solid. Once you miss your line here, you'd prefer to just hit solid and fall short. You don't want like a little soft kick that slows you down right into the middle of that out of bounds.
And I think if that big tie that we have at 6th place was straddling the 12th place position, say it was a big tie for, say, 10th, and we had a bunch of guys below the cut, it would be a little bit of an interesting topic. But at the moment, those guys at 3 under, they really need to play perfect, as you said, to get up to that 6-7 mark.
Heimburg looking for his first birdie so far.
So this is a really tough angle to move the disc left enough unless you go all the way over. Super aggressive. Didn't quite clear it.
Denied.
Does get the green flag.
But how's the angle going to be now? It could be tricky. If
That
that's
looks
the
like,
disc, you're loving it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay from there. So I give him props on the attempt. And near perfect for Burr.
Yeah, I guess his position was better than I thought. Farther up there, all he needs is the standstill with the overstable mid. Perfectly played. It looks like Proctor's going to go up and over.
Come on, move.
And Proctor lands in the middle of the out of bounds. McMahon sitting at 6 under.
There it is. That should secure birdie for Eagle.
Wysocki with his second shot on 4.
Looking to work the skip shot left.
Kind of the up and down play for Ricky continues. He went birdie, birdie, then he bogeyed on hole 3. And now he's going to have effectively a tap in birdie on hole number 4.
Nicholas lined up, almost perfectly framed up, in fact.
I don't really think there's any out of bounds concern deep or right. So we say island, but really you can push back there quite a ways long. I think that's why we're seeing players willing to go over the top, because it's not like this tiny little postage stamp green where you could miss it long or right. It's just avoid the ditch. Chance for Proctor to show us that putting prowess. He's going to have a big pressure putt here.
Yeah, and as he sets up for it, I just real quickly want to ask, Germ, do you like the idea of going up and over and kind of just playing random on the over-the-top shot?
I don't really like that play, Terry. There's a lot of foliage up above. But that being said, apparently Matt Oram threw in a shot in practice from up above. That being said, the biggest line is from the right side of this fairway. That's where the ceiling is opened up the most. I think we saw Ricky Wysocki play it perfectly yesterday.
Yeah, appreciate a big Germ as Proctor not able to convert. Yeah, I know that there was a post out there by Matteo going up and over with the big hyzer dunk for Eagle, but I don't know if you can count on that.
Yeah, we've just seen that even if you're shorter but you're more to the right, you have a better angle. We saw that just with that group right there. The two guys that were off to the right, they're going to go on to tap in for birdie. The guys left, they're taking pars and a bogey.
Wow, Anthony was able to get to there despite being in the bush. So that's going to be a tap in par. That's a really good recovery from a difficult location on the right side. Proctor was close with that effort, got a little piece of the band.
Proctor falls back to 1 under for the round, which is 5 under overall. And easy work for both Burr along with Robinson. Antala taps in. He'll walk away with par. So here is your top 10 at the moment. Seeing that cluster over at 6 under. Then we have a pair of 5s who are still in. Hammes, along with Freeman, outside of the cut. Freeman just bogeyed. That's why you're seeing him now at 4 under and looking from the outside. C1X hasn't been a problem today. He's 100%, but it's the bogey on 7.
birdie of 6. So ambitious.
And what a break. What a break after hitting that tree and not just carrying OB.
I agree. I mean, with his arm, still a great opportunity to play for a par.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Not sure par will even be in question for Bird, depending on how much that buried.
Well, he got the green flag, but
I
still
just- yeah.
in the rough.
I think it's going to be we've never seen anyone over that far left.
No, not that short. You know, hitting early and kicking left.
This looks great. Hole 7 is playing really difficult. And that looks like a really good shot from Ezra. Able to continue the flip, not test that OB line on the back side of the fairway.
This looks pretty smooth. And clean. Very nice shot from Nicholas Antila. Just 3 players have birdied here on 7 today. Hammis, Clemens, and Dickerson.
And that already might be more than birdied on day 1.
I believe it was 2 on day 1.
A little bit of roll, but stay safe.
And it's way off on the left side. Brian, do you even have eyes on where Gannon Burr kicked to? Because it didn't look pleasant.
It's Harry. It's definitely Harry. He's on the left side. He's got a really tough scramble even back to the fairway, so par is going to be a pretty spectacular save from there, unfortunately.
Well, he has been located, I believe. We hear him say, "Oh boy."
That's my saying, Terry. You know, man, when you're playing a course like this one in the woods, you know, you just have to make do with the best you can here. You know, you don't have to follow up a bad shot with a great shot. It just has to be good. Putting himself in position, finding the fairway, and giving himself a chance to save par. That's the goal here.
It's tougher than on most of these par 4s just because there is a little bit of OB in play, and this one measures 700. It's one of the longest truly wooded par 4s out here. So he's still got, I would estimate, over 500 feet to deal with. But if he could chop that roughly in half, I think that would be fantastic. If he can even find a way to manufacture 200 from this difficult spot.
Remember, down and left is where that OB is. Going toward the out of bounds.
That's
checks up
wow.
just short somehow.
Incredibly safe. Or, excuse me, lucky to be safe.
Yes.
I mean, he threw that right at the out of bounds, waiting for it to hook up or flex out at the last moment, and somehow it finds ground before the OB line.
I mean, it was swinging. It was the aggressive line for sure.
And this is brutal. This is a Mando tree that he must still go to the right of. And this is going to severely cut off his angle.
I think he can get to those low ceiling trees potentially. And that should set him up for a chance to get right to the mouth of that tunnel that leads to the green. I think par is
still obtainable,
very
for sure.
achievable for Anthony Barella. For not everyone, but he can still get so much distance with these next two shots.
As we're about to watch James line up. That looks like he's going to second guess what he needs to do here. Proctor misses the big window just left of where he hit. Brian, he's not out, well, he's figuratively and literally out of the woods now, but still has work to do. What'd you think of that approach?
I mean, that scramble from Gannon was phenomenal. I mean, he's way back left. So many small trees to deal with. I mean, he had almost nothing. Hit a tight gap with intention, with angle, with power, and gets the late checkup on the good side of the fairway. It's about as good as you can get.
And what do you think he has left now? Can he still get up and down and save the par?
I mean, yeah, he's on the good side of the fairway. I mean, this is going to be another forehand skip shot up to the basket. He's not going to have to contend with tight gaps. He can throw about as stock of a shot as you can get.
Appreciate it, as he's trying to keep his projection intact, trying to go bogey-free. Here's Antala.
Going for this backdoor option on the flex. Oh, wow.
Incredible.
Wow. Standing still, hitting the gap. That was an amazing shot.
I mean, you got to get a little lucky sometimes, and definitely in this situation, until getting very fortunate towards the end. But it was an aggressive shot that pays off with a tap-in birdie. Maybe thanking Big Germ for a little bit of insight there.
Niklas is a funny guy. Always good for a one-liner.
Just outside of the circle for Ezra. Seems like just about everything's in his range today.
So far, Gannon has had to scramble a couple of different times to save par. Gonna need another one here.
Yeah, this would be the ultimate scramble for sure.
Doesn't look like he has a lot of space. Maybe a short backswing.
Yeah, a little bit small. Snappy shot here. If you can get it up with a little bit of height on this left side, you can see the basket right side of your screen.
Still Burr.
That's well done. He'll have a chance.
Over to Calvin Heimburg. Picked up the birdie on 4. Now throwing his third shot on 5.
A little shorter than we've seen a lot of guys, but a great shot. I think if you're Calvin, I mean, obviously you're going through, but you just want to tap into that competitor in you and go toe-to-toe with the guys on your card, and just for pride. And I don't think that's going to be hard for him to do. He's a competitive guy. You just want to try to beat the players on your card for momentum, for intimidation, for your own confidence, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with you on that, on everything you said, but the thing that sticks out to me is kind of the intimidation. Like, is this guy going to make a mistake? Because then that adjusts some of the decision-making that the guys you're playing against make. They try to get things have to be even more perfect. You got to get it even closer to the pin. And that's what he's trying to prove to the guys on his group. He's doing it so far, playing pretty good. And yet again, Ricky, no pars so far on the front nine. He doesn't have a par on the front nine this tournament.
Wow.
Well, speaking of par, Anthony Barella is looking to line one up after hitting the Mando tree and likely will still walk away with a par. That's incredible.
He's a commentator's dream. That's exactly what I thought he would be able to get done, is get right to that mouth and two and able to make it look pretty simple despite not really getting any distance on one of the longest holes on the course.
Wow.
Is it safe?
Wow. That is such a crazy aggressive line. And the higher and more inside you go, that short left out of bounds comes into play. UDisc currently showing him out of bounds.
Decent chance to have crossed
way up
there.
Yeah.
But still, we'll have to see what the spot
Yeah, hopefully the spotter had a good line on that to see if he did, say, kind of check up from inbounds to out of bounds right at that point.
Well-placed tee shot there for Robinson. Now Klein. Kyle opened with the birdie that we saw. He's had all pars since.
Oh, I don't think this will clear. Or will it?
Does he get the ultimate anti-skip?
Wow, he's got a lot of power, because that did not appear to be. I mean, he ate it out of his hand. Too much height, too much hyzer. If that's a cross, what a great break.
And now we're going to take a look at the birdie zone. Guys, what's your assessment there for where they landed?
Well, you love Wysocki's spot, that's for sure. Heimburg is out of bounds, so officially well outside the birdie zone at that point. This next shot is just a low ceiling, long driven golf shot. You'd like to work it to the right, but it's proven difficult. I mean, trying to get under that ceiling, not let the disc fade on you and force you into that uncomfortable situation where you need to go up and over the top and roll the dice a little bit.
Well, watching Robinson come up short, I do have to tell you that the Birdie Pro game is in stock. Go out, use your skills, get a little karma, and hit the winning putt. Get your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. Now, Gannon Burr with what could be one of the best par saves of the year if he can pull this off. And he's done just that. Incredible effort here for Gannon Burr.
Wow, some big mistakes for Gannon so far, but no bogeys. Just keeping his head down, working through it. Doing what he has to put himself in a position to advance.
Beautiful birdie for Huntila. Gotta hand it to Nicholas at the moment, being the 25th seed, currently sitting in a tie for 6th place.
Take a look at our cut line.
Alden Harris on alert.
Yeah, Alden Harris 2 over. No birdies so far. He's one of those guys from that Chase, right? Is he on Chase?
I believe he might be, yeah.
Yeah.
So you think about, we were talking about early on, the odds tell us that somebody from Chase Card might not have the best day. And right now, unfortunately for Alden, that's the situation. Great shot there from Antila.
Yeah, he's fallen 6 spots into that tie for 10th at the moment.
Does this have enough height? I worry this is too low.
Your worry would be accurate. Out of bounds for Gannon, of all mistakes to make.
So now the bogey free is
certainly
very
in
much in question.
Oh yeah, you got to go. You got to go from outside circle 2 now. It's going to have to be an 80-footer.
And this also.
It's going to be safe.
Okay.
It's a much better result than OB. It's a worse line, obviously, but kicking down safe there, you have a great odds to get across and save your par. This doesn't look like it's going to flip enough. But it gets through it all. Wow. I think when you're on the side of this fairway, you're kind of starting to hope for the solid tree kick. Just like that other hole on 6 that I was mentioning. You don't want to just brush branches. That's what slows you down and drops you in that ditch, which is nearly automatic bogey.
Barella on the tee of 7. And had that lined up right out of his hand.
I mean, the last 2 holes, AB's scramble percentage is perfect as he's been able to go on and make par from bad tee shots, and it's now going to have to be 3 for 3.
Yeah, three really bad tee shots in a row for him.
Yeah.
This gap is difficult. We've seen a lot of guys have trouble getting out cleanly here. You got to throw it hard, and you need to get it going to the right. Nice stability here from Alden. So Calvin got every last bit of distance, probably jumped up there and just curled over the line late.
And now look at the angle. I mean, from here, he has the power to put it in the OB, short of the basket.
Yeah,
if he were to go too big.
I think he's backing off. This does not look like a fast disc to me.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I think he did back off a little bit of a slower disc there, and that's perfect position to try to save his par.
Looking at the lie of Ezra Robinson after the tree kick. He certainly has a little bit of work to do, but it's a pretty wide fairway. Big floaty turnover around the outside of everything could be a good shot here to try to set up about a 18-footer.
One of the things that just hit me as we watch Ezra throw this shot is in a normal tournament, you're trying to chase down the leader, or if you're the leader, extend your lead. In this scenario, it's weird to try to just maintain a place.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about for Robinson how tricky that shot is and how important it is.
Yeah.
Which it would be anyways. But you cannot give up bogeys. Oh, this could be OB.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, not getting over on it enough, trying to get it to roll at the once it hits. And that probably just rolled instead straight into the out of bounds. 80 feet for Burr.
I don't see the reason for AB to try to go to the roller.
Agreed.
I really don't.
Agreed. I mean, that's super hyper-aggressive play. I mean, that's his DNA for sure, but you'd like to see a concession of par there, ideally. Big forehand. Give yourself an opportunity to save that par. This is a phenomenal drive from Alden Harris. And just not the reaction he needed. Does not get the skip up the hill. I can't believe Proctor's drive is this close. After touching a bunch of leaves on that left side, he's got to feel fantastic about getting out of here with the birdie. I think mentally, to what you were saying about Ezra's position, I think if it's me, what I do, pull out my U-disc one time, early in the round, we've been talking about the number 7 under. I probably go ahead and say 9 under is a guarantee. And I just play golf to try to reach that number and put myself in a position where I'm likely to advance. Not try to get too caught up in what everybody else is doing. Just try to pick a number that looks like a guarantee and strategize my way to that. Obviously, much easier said than done.
Of course. But, you know, think about what Antila's doing. Antila's just going out here and executing. You know, it doesn't seem as if he's getting caught up in the scores so much as, you know, starting the tournament, he was in 25th place. This putt, if it goes in, tied for 5th.
That's back-to-back birdies for Antila. Now AB, who was OB. This should be a pretty routine up and down now to walk away with bogey.
Yeah, he's got a lot of room height-wise, and you'd like to use that, I think, here. He's going with the blunt edge, so this needs to have some height to be able to pull its way around the corner. Wait a second.
Huh?
So he tried to take the straight line.
I'm surprised by that.
Do not disagree. Nice shot there from Kyle Klein. It's going to put him in position to make birdie.
He tried. You really think was it a misrelease, or was he really trying to just go straight through all these trees? It would have been a bad misrelease if that's what it was. I have a hard time believing he'd miss his line by that much. So have to think he saw some kind of little gap there. But strategy on this hole for Anthony Barella in question, at least in this commentary booth.
On a late kick, pushes him to the left side. Yeah, Barella will be putting for double bogey.
And you just go back to the roller decision. I mean, if you just play a forehand there, it's kind of hard to imagine how a double bogey creeps up on you. I get trying to play aggressive and make a big save, but I think it's going to bite him this time.
I feel like you're throwing a roller to try to make birdie.
Yes.
And that just goes against
it's impossible is what it is.
What it's supposed to be for that hole if you get caught up short.
You're not birdieing from 600 back on that hole with the OB on the long side. It's just not happening without a throwing.
So good. Flip.
Nice shot from Ezra.
Here's Barella for the double bogey.
I mean, just think. We have on this group a double bogey from AB there and a potential birdie from Alden Harris. I mean, that's a 3-shot potential swing between just those two guys on that one group.
So Alden hit this big tree, kind of unfortunate. He's left himself out near the edge of circle 2, but still certainly with a chance to get this thing up and in. More than a chance.
What a way to pick up his first birdie of the round from way out. Alden Harris buries it on 7. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. Together, we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Welcome back.
After that horrible kick from Antila. Way out of position, but look at that shot.
Wow.
I mean, it puts him in position to be able to just lay up and take his easy par. Burr. Oh, hits the last protecting log there.
That's a lengthy putt.
It is.
From back there.
A note on Nicholas Antila. Of everybody in the tournament, he has played more under par, only bested by Calvin Heimburg. Calvin is 9 under for the tournament, this semifinal tournament, regardless of what strokes they had before, and Nicholas is 8 under.
Yeah, he's our Cinderella story. No advantage strokes and working his way into the top 5. Really good golf through these first 2 days so far for Niklas. And that's not a line you see too often. Pulled way over to the right. This was a phenomenal drive from Ezra. Just needs this to hyzer a bit. Got away from him. You're not going to get yourself to a better position than that. But that was just too flippy. It just didn't pull left for him like I'm sure he wanted it to.
Yeah, he kind of went with that throw putt where he was kind of tossing it, and I think he just put a little too much twist on it. AB, beautiful tee shot. I mean, Adam Hammes has made another birdie. He's now 7 under through 15 holes, and he is currently inside the cut line, tied for 11th place.
It's incredible to see the bogey-free effort that he's put together so far.
Man, I've got a thing for Hammes. Oh no, it's picked up and rolled a bit. Frustration from Ezra. For Hammes, he's got 3 holes left. 15, 16, 17. All uber difficult holes. Can he somehow get 2 of the final 3 and get to 7 under? Because that's the number we've been putting on all of this, but his seed is the 18th seed. I could even see Antila laying this up. This is a testy putt here.
Just needs it to sit, and it does.
That was kind of a half layup.
Yep.
And while we were in break, here was Proctor's approach.
And that was his tee shot.
Look at that little bounce forward.
There's just enough slope on this green to make this putt scary. Sloping away and sloping to the right.
And this one small tree looks to be potentially affecting the line of Gannonburg. Can he still get the straight shot past it? Yes, he can.
Nice putt by Burr. As he collects that, I hear Big Germ has some info about hole number 9. Germ, what can you share with us?
Well, hole 9 and Nevin in general, this course was actually originally intended to be a softer course. Stan McDaniel had intent to just have another amateur level course, but Matt Keats and Mark Huther had different plans. This course was put in the ground and released on the same day as one other course in Charlotte, and that is Angry Beaver. So the two hardest courses in the Charlotte area are fraternal twins. And this tee pad on this hole has two names written in it. Those two names, Mark Huther and Matt Keats. The course was released on January 22nd, 2010.
Well, that kind of tells you all you need to know about the strength of the Charlotte club. Where else could you hear about two pro-level courses opening on the same day in the same city? Like, it's enough work to try to get one place ready. That's incredible.
And in January, no doubt. There's no courses opening up in Oregon in January.
Probably not. That's a tough work party month.
All right. Back to Alden Harris. He did pull that tee shot to the right, but pretty good look at the basket here.
That's nicely done.
Heimburg went OB on 7, so this is his
What a
third.
crushing tee shot, though. Look how far down he was, Sexton.
Wow.
Yeah, so he'll have a tap-in par for the recovery, but
we've seen nobody get that far down off the tee shot, I don't think at all.
Yeah. Gotta be, I would think, big backhand through there. That's huge. That's that Calvin Heimburg brand of disc golf. Go OB, doesn't really matter. You're so far down the fairway, able to make saves. Hole 6 and hole 7 looking like he won't be punished too badly for the out-of-bounds tee shots.
Nice bounce back there for Anthony Barella.
Oh, boy.
That birdie for AB bumps him just above the line now. Proctor, short left. Let's put it this way. If you par hole number 10, you're disappointed. Easiest hole in the course. 13 players have already birdied it today.
Left of that. Left of that. No.
I don't care. It's still a par birdie. Close.
not a good tee shot for Burr. Just pulled it too far right. Give me another look at our top 15. So those bottom three are not in as of right now. The bottom three, anytime you see this elongated graphic on our right side.
And the scoreboard is smart enough to build in those tiebreakers.
Correct.
So you can trust that thing. Bottom three guys on the outside looking in all day.
And over there on 16, as we see the tee shot of Antila, Adam Hammis was off the fairway, off the tee, and has just made a 27-foot putt to save his par.
That's a big save. 16, brutal when
Yeah.
you're out of position. Keeping his hopes alive.
And Ezra gets past most of the left side rough, but we'll see how obstructed he is with the putt. As they head up the hill, we're going to head out and take a quick break. We'll be right back.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Start with my putters. I like 300 PA3s. I putt with the PA3.
My putters are 300 PA3s.
Perfect for my spin putt. They go straight, dead straight.
So having less glide, stiff plastic, the beads, my ideal putter right here.
On this championship weekend, we want to thank the true champions.
All the disc golfers that back the Mojo Riser.
With their support, we're able to make the Riser a reality.
To celebrate, we brought the little ones out to the pumpkin patch.
Whee! We start shipping risers next week. We'll have a limited quantity until early 2024.
So order yours today at mojogear.com.
Hello?
James Proctor, short left side of 10. And that'll be a par. Not one that he'll be excited about.
No. These are disappointing pars.
Same can be said for Burr.
On a course where shooting 4 or 5 under par is pretty good, to not get the easiest hole in the course, definitely a big disappointment, especially for the guys that are right in the heat of this battle to try to make the finals.
Kyle Klein off the tee of 8. This is a
Perfect.
laser.
That's perfect.
Heimburg says it. Great shot as he hits the pole koozie.
That's a thing of beauty. Just on the way from the moment it left his hand, keeping that in the confines so right down the middle of that fairway.
And Ezra did have a look, but isn't able to connect.
And Antila is going to have this look to be the only birdie. 68% of the field through this hole have birdied it.
Yeah, certainly not impressive by this card.
I just got to think that if one of these guys misses in, say, a tie on 12th place, what a par on hole 10 will mean. Not much to be said there. Par frame on 10. Back with Calvin Heimburg. To give 8. On back-to-back holes, Calvin Heimburg has scrambled for par after going out of bounds off the tee. Follows it up with a beautiful tee shot here. That's a dangerous Calvin. Saving pars after OBs.
There's Alden Harris.
Oh, that looks really good. Down on that left side of circle 1. A little bit out of position. Trickier than some of the upshots we've seen. But he's done really well. Needs some flip. Oh, good slowdown for James Proctor, and it fights through the trees. I think that's going to be quite a bit better than he probably thinks it is.
This is pulled. This could be big trouble for Burr unless it continues to somehow filter through.
It would appear that it did.
Complete misfire. I mean,
yeah,
there's nothing else to say.
Yeah, missing the fairway by 15 feet.
Here's Wysocki.
Rick has finally settled in here on the front nine, picking up pars in 6 and 7. His first 2 pars for the tournament on the front nine.
Oh my goodness.
Now, was that a missed mandatory, or was it
I believe
an
that's
OB, just an OB?
Yeah, and he may consider possibly even re-teeing depending on that angle. We'll have to talk to Germ in a moment.
Yeah, I'd love to find out if that was short or beyond the Mando.
Yeah, Germ, is there any chance he would re-tee? It looks like everyone's walking away, though. What's his angle going to be like if he's just out of bounds?
It is hard to say if he crossed the mandatory before he went out of bounds. Very important group call right here, because if he does go out of bounds, I think you're right. He needs a re-tee, because there's absolutely no way to get better than double bogey if he has to play from the street. So I think his best bet would be to re-tee, unless the group has said that he has missed the mandatory. I think they're discussing that right now.
And thank you, German. I'm just now seeing how the Mando line actually shaped out. I was thinking it would go in a slightly different angle. So with the way that it's shaped, he must have missed the Mando.
So it must be coming back towards the tee slightly.
Yep.
Being that far left, he's missed the Mando. So this is his 3rd shot from the drop zone.
Nice flip. How about the brakes?
Yeah, he's going to put it right there. What a shot. As perfect of a recovery shot as he could have thrown, and he'll escape with just a bogey. That's awesome.
It is. It's a nice shot from Antila, but again, a guy who loses out on all ties at this point. To par 10 and now to me making a bogey on 11, that's a tough stretch, because the course is going to start to get a little more tricky here as we head into the woods, even deeper into the woods.
Yes. No breathing room. No real room for error for Antila. He's done very well for himself. Just see Barella putting in another one.
Effectively erased the double bogey.
And Isaac in for the birdie. Alden Harris now has a birdie luck. High right side chain, and it flops out.
How fortunate was this result? Missing the fairway entirely. A kick left is a missed mandatory, penalty, kick right. Also terrible. Just to fly down and find your natural landing spot through the thick stuff and get out of there with easy par. Second shot on 9 for Ricky. And I got to shout out our lead card. I know we've been ignoring them a little bit. That's a great shot from Rick. But a star frame on the 462-foot downhill 8th. We saw a lot of their drives. That is an impressive grouping to all make twos on a hole that long with OB danger. They're showing they're flexing their muscles a little bit. Not a lot of pressure on these guys, granted, but always good to just distance yourselves and tell the rest of the field, don't even think about trying to beat me these next 2 days.
Well, and yeah, that's a huge advantage that they're in, right? Because they really don't have to worry about not making the finals, and now they can focus on just prepping for the final 2 days.
Birdie look.
Got to sit. Ooh. Lucky.
And I believe some of those retaining walls have been added this year. Those are part of the overall improvements and enhancements that they've made, the club, Mark, and the rest of the guys out there. Just so the rollaways maybe aren't quite as frequent or as brutal. Of course, they can still happen on every time it touches the ground, but that was some of the intent, I've been told. Gannon will walk away with par.
Adam Hammis update. He has birdied hole number 17.
Oh, wow.
He did make a birdie putt from 27 feet. He is now inside the top 12 at 6 under par for the tournament, 8 under for his round today. Does he have one last bit of magic in him to, well, A, set a new course record, and B, birdie hole number 18.
And find himself at that 7 under number we've been watching all day. I don't think 6 gets it done. I think he needs the next birdie to have a shot.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, man. It really is, because as this pressure ramps up.
That was Alden Harris in for his par. Barella in for birdie. Cole Rodolin steps up, taps in for his 3rd birdie in a row, and Eagle McMahon walks away with a par.
Yeah, Cole Rodolin up into 3rd place on the back of those 3 birdies in a row. Making a move at the right time.
That's an interesting play from Proctor to go with the sidearm there. That's a little bit of a safer play. Going to leave himself farther back to fairway.
We saw Alden tap in for his par, but this was his birdie bid before that. And that is 2 short birdie putts in a row that Alden doesn't connect on. He's going to need to correct that and get it going.
Probably pushing a little too far. I like the shorter forehand from Proctor.
And
12. Yeah, 12 is one of those rare holes where I think the second shot is the longer and more difficult shot.
Yep.
And you can pretty easily just take yourself out of play with a bad tee shot because it is such a long tunnel that you need to hit on the second shot. It's paramount that you give yourself an angle to push distance. Otherwise, it's just a pitch into the tunnel, and we see so many players reduced to that on the second shot on 12, where they're just throwing that little Anheuser forehand back into the tunnel to be maybe 125 short of the basket and save yourself a par.
Now Barella on 11. Crowd loves the effort out of Anthony Barella.
Really nice control there.
Not a horrible kick.
So Antila is reduced to just trying to get into the mouth of that tunnel. That bad kick for him gonna mean birdie would be impossible from here. He's looking for just around the big tree in the center of your screen. You can kind of see the beginning of that tunnel just across that little ditch. This is aggressive. I think that was great. I mean, he's not really in the tunnel, but he was so aggressive. He hit some of it, and he faded off to the right side, but he got so much distance. I got to think he's going to be able to figure out a jump putt up to the basket. Nicely played. And he did it all with an untied shoe.
Better start tightening things up, that's for sure, as he heads into the back. And Wysocki has hole 10 dialed in. That will be a tap in coming up for Wysocki. Alden's just going to lay this up next to the pin, and it checks up. Good spot.
Yeah, there's really no other choice than that there for Alden. Too far back, too much danger behind the pin. Burr, really nice positioning here. This corridor of trees just giving him the line. Just has to follow it, bring them right to the pin.
There's a great look at that long tunnel. Gannon has access to the angle and throws a great shot.
And Doss, you were just calling it that we've been watching what Adam is doing and how he needs to close out.
So
this will be his second shot.
Yeah, this is his second shot. It looks like he's laying up.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's not really by choice. I think if he could get aggressive from this location, he would. But you're talking hero shot.
Yeah.
A crazy shot to try to play for it from there. So he's going to have to play the wait and see game. Hopefully he can get in bounds here and make himself a par. And he's just going to have to hope 6 is enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar to what we saw earlier today. Can he put 6 up on the board and then hope that some of these really difficult holes, 16, 17, 18, bite 2, 3, maybe even 4 players for him to get in?
This is Barella for his birdie look after going just barely deep of the basket.
Oh, no.
And it might have been that leaf right there or those little branch that was possibly obstructing him or distracting him. And it's so rare that when you see someone go deep of this basket, they almost always go all the way down the hill and have a 40 or 45 foot putt uphill. Barella looked like he was inside 20 or 25. Either way, he'll escape with the par. Alden is in for the par. Still sitting 1 over on today's round, right on the bubble.
Here's the nice reward of that short forehand play. You see Proctor with the full angle, the full width of the fairway to use. He doesn't throw it perfectly, but he's got himself a birdie look.
Yeah, you could almost argue that playing the sidearm to the top of that little ridge line is the shot. Those two, it was Burr and Proctor.
Yeah, Antila tried it but took the bad kick.
Yeah, they were in perfect position.
And Ezra very perplexed as to what he's going to do. And right now you're seeing him just barely inside the cut line.
Look at the separation after 5. Nobody at 8, 9, or 10. Redolin has effectively joined that leading group. Those guys you would think are home free at this point without an absolute meltdown.
Yes.
I think Ezra needs to be careful. The frustration building. He's on quite a few pars in a row. We've seen him kind of animated. He's still in a good spot, but the mental battle is going to be a tough fight for him, I think.
Good forward progress there. Did take him a while to get it figured out, but he'll have a long look. Hold number 11, our leader, Calvin Heimburg.
Oh, this has got the flip you like. And the slowdown.
Exactly what you call for on hole 11. Heimburg parked. Let's take another look.
Working off this left side. You can see it's all about disc selection here. It's a slow enough disc to where you can throw it pretty hard, but has enough stability to straighten out at the end, checking up and staying within just a few feet of the pin.
And for all the talk about the number 7 under, Calvin has that putt to go to 17. Puts into perspective. He's using those advantage strokes, certainly, but also just blitzing this course.
Proctor from outside of circle 2.
Came up even shorter than I thought.
Yeah, full 75 feet on this birdie look.
That wouldn't have got to the pin even if it didn't hit the tree. Whoa, Hammis is way out of position here. Oh, this brings bogey into play because he's going to have to throw a sidearm.
Yep.
And he could, and he's not in a great stance.
And I almost feel like it's a par or it's a double.
Right.
Like a bogey is kind of hard to see your way to.
He is really solid on the sidearm, but to me it's the stance. On a knee, leaning out here. He's got to try to just ride the left side OB line and bring the sidearm back towards the pin.
Big shot. Hammis using all of his allotted time and then some.
And you can understand why. I mean, important shot. Does this stay in bounds?
It does stay in bounds. What a shot for Hammis.
And you can see just at about the circle's edge. 4 par to stay at 6 under.
This is also for par.
That's huge.
Way to go, Ezra.
He has scrambled. Let's take a look at his scrambling. Officially, that's only just one scramble there, but I mean,
if you could be awarded multiple scrambles on a hole,
I mean,
is that what you're saying?
Think of the putts he's made.
Yeah.
He has a 69-footer, a 60-footer, and that was just a 60-footer.
Wow.
So even with the less than ideal tee shot, Antala is able to walk away with the par. Proctor will do the same.
Oh boy.
No.
See, shots like this is what affects this man right here and how important this putt is.
Absolutely.
He is outside of the circle, does have a jump putt. Crosswind off his right.
And just take one look at him. You can tell he knows exactly what this putt means.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and look at the way that it caught. Hammes drills it in on 18. Now it's a waiting game. Does he move into the finals come tomorrow afternoon? Solid round by Adam Hammes.
And
course record round.
It is a course record, and I got to say how important the putt was from Ezra just moments ago, who stayed at 6 under. He could have dropped back. Hammes is going to be, well, probably watching the coverage, because he's going to want to see what these guys do to see if he gets to play tomorrow or if he has the weekend off. Great round by Adam Hammes. 8 under, course record for Adam today. Bogey free.
Yeah, we heard so much in the press conference that double digits sounded almost laughable, just truly not possible. So to see Adam Hammes put up a score of 8 under, bogey free, and doing it in the biggest moment, it's just a matter of, is it enough?
Now there's 4 guys at 6 under for 3 spots.
And that's not good. This is a really demanding tee shot on 13.
Good looking tee shot from Proctor.
Yeah, Ezra. Let's go, dude.
I don't even think that tree kick is going to be that bad for him. Great drive.
Alden needs to get back out somewhere near the fairway even, and looks like he's still short of it.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, yes.
Is it the same stump?
Terrible kick. But those guys did what they need to do. I think they're far enough up there. You'd love to see those drives get through for both of those players. Okay, so Alden did get to open ground, but he's got to go to that flex game, I would think. He's going to be pretty far right. Looks like he's still got driver in hand. Yeah, big Anheuser release. That looked pretty good. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything.
I mean, that was his 3rd.
Yeah, he's trying to find a way to make a par.
Yeah. Yeah, circle 2 is what Udisc is saying he got inside.
Birdie for Heimburg, bogey for Klein.
Yeah, and double for Ricky.
And this is where you find yourself. Now he's going to try to cut the corner on 13 after the right side kick.
Come on.
I mean, mission accomplished. I think if you get out of those trees, we saw it, at least get to the ground.
I hit something really hard at the end.
Possible to still make par.
And not exactly rewarded with as good of a drive as that was. Doesn't look like the lie in which he's given is rewarding.
Could hear Niklas saying that yesterday he was just right a few feet over from where he is now. Got to be a little frustrating because you got to throw a pretty phenomenal shot to get here. And like you're saying, Terry, the reward not quite adding up in terms of how fantastic a tee shot he threw. Looks like he might be thinking roller.
And I was going to say it looked pretty good. It's more than good. That's phenomenal.
Wow.
And look at the difference just a few feet make from where these guys are as opposed to right there in the center, just 10 feet to the right.
Come on. No, not that.
Alden Harris for an insane par. And he does it to stay at the 6 number.
Man, Hammis is going, are you kidding me? A 60-footer on the previous hole from Ezra. Now a big one from Alden, actually on the same hole.
They were both on this hole.
Yeah.
A similar spot
Previous
almost.
group, I should say.
So Harris has the tiebreaker over Hammis.
Go.
See a great recovery shot there by Ezra, but I heard there was some chatter of the recovery shot on the previous hole, Germ, regarding Ezra. And we'll catch up with Germ in a little while. Now, back with Gannon.
Just while we see Gannon lining up here, I want to throw out the fact that Joel Freeman has just made a 77-foot putt for birdie on number 14. That moves him to 5 under. He's currently on the 15th, putting for birdie as well. That would move him to 6, and it gives him 3 holes to try to get to 7. Joel Freeman's still not out of this.
He also does come in though with a 23rd seed.
Right.
So he's right there on that bubble.
Yes, but that's why I think 7 is a must for him at the minimum. And Burr unable to get close.
One thing. One thing.
Wow. The pressure is ramping up significantly.
13 is just such a difficult hole. I don't think too many players would list it among their favorites. It's just, there's just so much that can go wrong. The difference of a few feet makes such a difference to your angle and your prospects of getting down the hill. Easy to get frustrated here by things like that.
And that's why, to me, one of the keys was a positive mindset, because in these scenarios, it's easy to say, oh, just the one tree to miss. Oh, I'm getting unlucky with the breaks. I think staying positive is critical in this situation.
Gannon looking for a par.
And he's not going to find one.
Wow.
Good bid, but not enough to bring it in. So Gannon will fall back to 5 under.
And that'll momentarily bring Hammes
yep.
into the top 12.
If it works out for Hammes, what a performance with the chips down to put down an 8 under bogey free.
And to somehow par 18 from not a great tee, third.
Yeah.
Tee shot, second shot, makes the...
Wow. Doing Ezra Robinson.
Ridiculous.
Another 60-footer.
That's back-to-back 60s.
And the 4th one.
All right, Germ, we heard that there was maybe something special with some of these approach discs and big putts. What's going on out there?
Yeah, Terry, funny story happened last hole as I'm trying to be quiet here. As James is putting, a great putt. Right before Ezra was throwing his second shot, Gannon leans in and says every time he throws that pink disc, he ends up making a huge putt. Well, obviously his second shot careened into the woods, and I was thinking that's going to be a long putt from there, just joking. Well, he pitched up his forehand roller up to 60 feet, and then he made his putt. Gannon turned around, looked at me, and winked.
Something magic in the air there with some of these approach discs and putters for Ezra, as we also watch Proctor put one in.
Yeah, that's a 50-foot save for par. Oh, man. Chains are ringing here in the woods of Nevin.
This is where the roller got to for Antala. Birdie chance. Just high. That would have been an incredible shot to get the forehand roller down and pay it off. Bogey for Burr, as we kind of alluded to. He's, for the moment, below the cut line.
We'll catch up with Cole Radalin, looking for his 4th birdie in 5 holes. Drops that one in. Some good golf coming out of Cole Radalin. Now with Wysocki.
This is a big drive into the ditch. Gonna try to push the forehand roller up there. Oh my goodness. You're not catching this lead card today.
Nope.
Alden Harris, TF13.
Looks like a fairway hit for Harris.
I like Alden Harris on this hole. He carries some of the flippiest discs that I've seen in any professional's bag, and he's comfortable bringing that super aggressive hyzer and then drawing it late to the right. You see where it got him? Kind of pinched into the corner, but he's able to advance over the hill. Well, if this is inside 60,
Yeah,
and it is. It is.
Guys, I was just thinking if Burr somehow squeaks in, he's going to then be on the lead card tomorrow.
It reverts back to seed.
That's what I would imagine.
I wonder.
Or you keep it, I guess, with where you were previously.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess we'd have to confirm that.
Yeah, we'll have to get our research department on that, see how the cards are determined. Because there are a couple ways they could go after that. Not great, but not disaster for Antila.
Just a clean tee shot here is all Burr needs. Very nice release and great finish for Gannon Burr. That's a huge shot in a high-pressure situation for the youngster Burr.
Always have been, always will be. Except for those other times.
Take another look.
Super clean release. We've seen a couple of sketchy releases. This one, perfect. Great skip, gets past the final tree. Dunk distance for Burr.
And let's take a look at Nate's keys for closing, brought to us by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, final round intensity, that's exactly what you need. This is effectively a final round for some of these guys. You need to continue to be aggressive. We just saw it from Burr there. And you have to trust your routine when you get in these stressful situations. Don't be thinking about the money. Don't be thinking about making the finals. Just think about following the routine and executing shots. Burr did that beautifully there on the tee of 14.
Proctor finds the line. Great recovery shot. That's going to be a tap-in par. Alden with his third, looking to get up and down and walk away with a par.
These guys are battling for pars. Harris, Robinson.
Antila had some room to give it a bid, albeit quite outstretched. He'll walk away with a par. Here's Radalin. Watched him string together a couple birdies in the last few holes.
This is his third. Great approach.
Oh, no. So close to another birdie for Robinson. That would have taken him to 8 under and made things a lot easier for the last 4 holes, but unfortunately it will be a par. That's a birdie for Gannon Burr. That's going to jump him back inside the top 12. That would bump Adam Hammes outside the top 12. And we did confirm that if Burr does make it to the finals, he will be on the lead card. They will do the cards by the seed heading into Saturday's round.
Alden saves par. Working hard for it out there. We've got more action on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
I want to be known for winning a lot of tournaments. You know, hopefully I get to a point where I can be dominant in an era with so many people coming up in the game. So hard to stay consistent at the top. That's kind of my goal, is to set the new standard for this generation.
Welcome back, Gannon Burr on the tee of 15.
15 playing as the third easiest hole. 8 players, 42% of the field have birdied it today. This right side gap is the more direct line at the basket.
Go, go.
That was tight to the right side, more than he was aiming for.
And I know that we've heard Gannon, and this is a story as long as time. We've heard him say just barely off, and he's taking horrible kicks. He has also gotten very fortunate on being completely off the fairway.
Yes, hole
and
11.
Getting through a lot.
Hole 11 comes to mind for sure.
Robinson going with the big turnover. Great shot. Pressure-packed shot. Huge for Robinson. This left side gap, while it's not direct at the pin, is just easier to hit. It's wider off the tee, and it's just a turnover, and that's just off left there for Proctor. Early tree kick here for AB. That brings bogey into play big time.
Wow, not getting the turn. Same mistake we saw from Proctor.
Alden Harris 1 over on today's round. Still inside the cut. Currently the last person to make it at the moment.
Yeah, and he has just 3 holes that haven't been pars. He's looking to get something going. There's that flip up you were talking about. A couple of kicks there at the end is going to keep him on the edge. That could have been brutal, but still not really in birdie territory from there. Antala.
Not great. He's going to have to work for this. I think back near edge of circle 1.
That should be a par save coming up for James Proctor.
That's a good recovery.
Yep.
It's going to be a bogey, most likely, but finds the fairway, limits the damage. Anthony doesn't have a lot of strokes to play with, but he at least has one.
Kyle Klein throwing a second on 13 and banks it off the tree right next to it.
It just really feels to me like when you come out of the woods on 17, you would like a stroke of padding.
Absolutely.
Think of how hard it was for Hammes to just par 18.
And just remember back to all the adversity we've seen on hole 13 as we just watched Kyle Klein casually base it. That's the one with the really narrow drive that everyone's kind of getting frustrated. Our lead card is just kind of on another level so far today. And I think a lot of that comes, obviously they are who they are, but also just the pressure being removed from them allows for some free and easy disc golf.
Yep. Yeah, it's the stress-free aspect of it for sure.
Now Antala.
Important putt.
I think a lot of our fans at home can, really, when you play a tournament and that final round happens, you play pretty bad, and you go out and play 9 holes after the tournament, you play perfect. Stress is real. Pressure is real. You can relate to that at all levels, whether you're a brand new player or the best in the world. So on a hole that over 40% of the field birdied, we're going to see just one with this group, similar to hole 10, where they all parred it.
Pretty amazing the state of the game right now, where if you're on the bubble, if you're Ezra Robinson, you throw this clutch drive, you make a birdie or two coming down the stretch, it could be $20,000. That it could be worth to you. It could be more than that.
Yeah.
As the scores reset, it's just incredible the weight on the shoulders of these guys as they come down the stretch here, just trying to advance.
McMahon has a birdie look.
He just went this much long on 14. Are you kidding me?
He had a jump putt coming back.
He's outside the circle long. That's crazy.
So, Sexton, to talk about the money a little bit, all the players that started, no matter where you finish, you were going to make $2,500. So if you don't make it to tomorrow, you make $2,500. The winner gets $40.
Yeah.
So you might see what could potentially be a $37,500 putt coming up.
Sure.
From somebody
for
on
the
18.
opportunity.
For
clearly.
the opportunity,
yes.
if they were to go on and win.
You see it here. 3,500 is the worst you can do if you make it through. So you have at least $1,000 bonus for your advancement, and then it just ratchets up from there as you see those payouts all the way up into $10,000 for fourth, and then 14, 22, and a record-breaking $40,000 largest prize in disc golf history for both the FPO and MPO champions.
Of course, we're going to go ahead and thank our friends at Barbasol being our presenting sponsor of our Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs and here at the Pro Tour Championship. Varela escaped with a bogey there. Now we're with Robinson.
Oh, what a gap hit. That's fantastic.
And regardless, he can lay this up. I mean, not that he will, but I'm just saying he's made it through. He's not battling because we know an early tree hit here on 16 is nearly impossible to par.
Looks just as good, if not better, by Burr.
Looks a little short.
Yep, he will dry up shy of circle 1. But still hitting the gap, taking bogey completely out of play.
Yes. Really well done by these three guys so far. So much pressure on the shot. Such an obvious place to make bogey and have that slip up. Nice commitment through the gap. See if we can go 4 for 4.
Yeah, we're going to see Ezra and Proctor both in similar territory. Antala also hits the gap. This will be short, but par at worst coming up, most likely.
And now you got Adam Hammer sitting somewhere going, no way, they all just pured 16.
And I just want to throw out the fact that Joel Freeman is currently putting for birdie on 17 from circle 1.
Wow.
That would bring him to 7 under par. Birdie on 18 could bring Freeman to 8. We haven't talked about Freeman for a while. Let's take a look at 16 that we just saw teed.
Yeah, you're going uphill here through a very narrow gap and playing 410. You've got to hit this thing really hard, uncomfortably hard, I think, for most players, given the gap width, if you want to play for that birdie. This basket is elevated for no good reason. It is hard enough, but we gotta show love to our sponsors, get those billboards out there. But man, of all the baskets to try to put up tall, 16 is just brutal.
And here is that scorecard of Joel Freeman. You can see 3 under on today's round, 6 under for the semifinals. And like I said, an opportunity, though unlikely, to birdie 17 and 18 back-to-back to get to 8 under. Just him making this putt on 17 and getting to 7 under would knock then Alden Harris out of the top 12.
Yeah, Joel Freeman's about to make Gannon Burr and Alden Harris earn it if he can push to 7 under.
So the last solid chance for birdie. This is the easiest of the final 4 holes here on hole number 15. And again, that left side,
yeah.
We're seeing the guys just not putting it with already some turn. They're trying to throw the flip up on that left side.
Whew, so close.
Burr.
Just across the front.
Just tickling a chain link or 2.
Looking down the board, I got to give a little shout out to James Conrad. As we look at Anthony Barella, this looks to be pulled right, but it's sneaking. Oh, that is fortunate. Anyway, James Conrad, just want to say, finishing 4 birdies on his last 5 holes. Unlikely to be enough as he sits at 5 under, but a heroic charge right at the end of his season.
Good call there, Sexton. Yeah, that's great. To go 17 and 18 and then look at this guy. Just a park job.
It's too easy.
I mean, to be fair, Calvin's still only shooting 3 down today, but, I mean, that will move him to 4 under for the round. But still, you know, I think even on a worse day,
yeah,
he's still playing pretty well.
Oh, that little branch.
You see Alden here. This is his second shot. And while that was happening, Joel Freeman made his birdie putt on 17. Joel Freeman is now in. And the missed putt there from Robinson. Critical for our fans at home to know that Antila is the 25th seed. Freeman, the 23rd. He would beat out Antila in a tie situation.
And that's exactly where we see them right now, is tied up. Proctor.
Pressure packed 28 footer.
Yeah, he's.
That's where this elevated basket comes into play. You take a run, and there's gonna be some meat on the bone coming back. These guys able to take care of it.
Antala not taking anything for granted here, going through the routine even on the shortest of putts. Wysocki.
It's a key for closing, Terry.
Well, of course,
trust the routine.
Yeah, I know.
A little bounce towards the basket for Wysocki.
You know, those left side trees have been quite friendly.
It's 10 birdies.
He would go on to make the putt from the drive that you just saw. Wysocki doing some work out here, proving there's birdies to be had.
I'll say 10 birdies is mind-blowing through 14 holes. So Calvin parked, Ricky birdies. This would be a third birdie on the lead card on 14.
These guys don't even need them.
Is Kyle Klein in the basket for ace? I don't even know. No, he did make a par, but still,
that
3 under for a group.
Yeah.
Amazing on that hole. 400-foot tunnel.
That was a birdie on 15 there for Barella. He moves to 8 under, safely inside the cut line at the moment.
Rodalin, plenty of distance in terms of his separation of 6th place. He's 4 ahead of our 6th place finisher right now in Eagle McMahon, or contender.
Harris currently outside. Here's our top 10, and Joel Freeman is now on it. He is playing the 18th hole. We do have a camera on 18, so we'll get to see some shots from Joel Freeman. But let's take a look at line number 2, and there's Harris just outside of the top.
You see Harris and Hammis, and I've got an update from Adam Hammis. I reached out to him after the round to see what his thoughts were. He said, "I fought for my life. I'm stoked on the round. If I make it or not, I can count it as one of the best rounds of my life and a great season ending."
I would agree with that statement. I don't think he's out of it. Let's look at 17 and 18. 17 is the percentage of birdie and bogey is higher than par. You either birdie it or you bogey or double or triple it. We've seen all 3 of those today. 17, just the one birdie by Conrad. 57% of the field have bogeyed or worse on 18 of the groups that have gone through it so far.
Yeah, you know, 18, we've seen just the one birdie.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We have seen that going way left here is a great angle for the second shot on 17.
Is that me then? Yeah. I'm waiting to tone it back to it, but.
Kind of need birdie here if you're Gannon Burr to feel safe.
That will be a stable enough disc to get inbounds, but and that's a big, nice skip. The farther right you are, the more difficult the second shot becomes. Burr only in the top 12 because of his seed at the moment. He's the last player to qualify if things were to end right now.
And if you're trying to put yourself in Gannon's shoes, he has Alden Harris behind him on the course with the potential to bump him out. That's why I look at the board and say Gannon sort of needs birdie here, because you don't want to leave it in Alden's hands. And as good of friends as those two guys are, Alden would like nothing more than to send Gannon home. They're always competing, week in and week out.
Well, he'd like nothing more for them to both make it.
Of course, sure. But if that's impossible.
In this situation, if it comes down between the two, the player always wants to play, regardless of how good of friends you are.
Ooh, that could spell doom.
We know you can't par. Without something incredible, a par is very unlikely.
That's looking
pretty
great.
good.
Is this incredible?
Top of the hill.
I don't think it got its full flight.
All right. Joel Freeman, we finally get to see him here, currently inside the top 12.
Throwing his second shot.
Okay, so when you go for this green, 50 feet short of the green, the fairway is very tight. You must get to the green if you want to find a larger landing zone.
He's going here, and he's got the forehand power, I think, to make that happen. But this is a risky shot.
Great conditions, no wind that we can tell.
Big flat forehand
I love
swinging.
It. I love it.
Short of the pin, but safe. Circle 2 look.
He got to that point where it starts to widen out.
What a situation for Freeman. You're probably trying to walk pretty slow. You'd like every last bit of information before you decide what to do with that 45-footer.
These are all big shots here. Blow up potential. That
looks like it's inbounds for Ezra. And Alden way out in the fairway yet. This is close to 85 feet.
That probably means he'll need back-to-back birdies.
Yeah, back
to 17 and 18.
Right, because that would get him back to 7 under, depending on what these guys do.
This is a nice location
And
for Gannon Burr.
Speaking of just that, Jerm, what are we looking at for distances out there on these approaches on 17?
Well, these guys are all about 10 yards outside the 18-yard box on the field here, which means that they're somewhere between 370 and 390, I would say. Gannon with a decent angle. I think that he's lining up backhand and forehand, trying to figure out which one sets up best, but all within these guys' ranges, no problem.
The backhand seems like a safer bet to be inbounds longer, but also I think a more tricky shot because you're not just playing the one angle of a hyzer. You have to try to turn it.
Got plenty of turn. Great shot. Looks like the right decision was made.
Back with Alden on 16. Alden maybe recognizing exactly where he's at and seeing his chances dwindle.
Now let's see if Freeman is even going to go for the. No, I don't. Is he?
I would think that he would be.
Yeah, because if he makes it, it's a for sure.
Wow, good effort.
I mean, still, I would call him in.
I think he's in.
I don't.
He's looking good.
I don't think there's a chance because think of the people behind. I guess it would be Harris.
Back
with
to
a
back.
birdie
Yes,
finish,
back
it
to
would
back.
knock Joel potentially out. Although in this situation, it would knock Antila out. Because remember, Freeman is ahead of Antila. So Freeman's almost locked in.
But Antila still has birdies to be made. He's sitting here on 17.
Watch out. This doesn't look good.
Oh, no, and it's going to be a fairly early cross as well.
So that's going to be a bogey for Proctor. That's going to drop him to 7. Or excuse me, to 6.
Lots of turn here. Does it make the corner? Yes.
I honestly, I can't even imagine what Sunday is going to bring for us. Oh, my goodness.
We're certainly going to see some 5-digit type putts, 5-digit dollar type putts.
This is crazy. Great shot there from Antila, inbounds.
We head over to Isaac Robinson on 16. Isaac has a bogey-free round going. And it's going to remain bogey-free with a drive like that. Currently sitting at 6 under for today's round.
There's Matty O putting out.
Incredible season for Matty O, taking down his first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour victory back at Maple Hill.
Yeah, Matty went for broke there on the final hole, took a quadruple bogey 9.
And looking at Joel's body language, you can sense he does not feel safe about his position. Even if we kind of like it so far in the commentary booth, he looks frustrated.
Klein goes past the basket on 16.
Wow.
Proctor from long range. Almost.
That bogey from Proctor, that kind of, that helps lock Joel in even more.
Yes, absolutely.
Go in. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Take another look.
That would have been, what, a 5th putt from 60 or longer? I can't remember another time we've seen a performance like that. Incredible.
Antila just off the left side chain.
So this putt upcoming from Burr is going to making it 7, which is the number we've been talking about since we came on the air. This would get him to 7, and it would put Antila on the bottom of the line. He would be the last person in at 7 under Antila.
There it is.
Burr battling back. Currently sitting in that 12th spot. Or excuse me, that 9th spot now with that move up.
The only person that Hammis can pass if they bogey on 18 is this man right here.
Yes. Antila is a par. No, because Harris still has something to say.
Brings Harris in.
Harris still has something to say.
Harris needs a birdie finish to potentially knock out Antila. But if Antila bogeys, then
he's gone.
Then Hammis passes him. Antila the 25th seed, Freeman the 23rd seed.
And that is never going to birdie. Alden Harris hits first available.
We're going to say Harris is out. It's over. So now it comes down to
what I would say, Antela, if Antela bogeys and Harris birdies 18.
That's assuming Harris pars.
Yes, I'm just speculating here.
If Harris pars,
but if Harris saves par, then it would be down to an Antela bogey and a Harris birdie.
Correct.
So we're looking at long odds.
Well, and actually in that scenario, Harris would be knocking out Hammis, not Antela.
Yeah, but they would both, Antela and Hammis would both fall.
But in that situation, Antela would have already been out.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Thanks to the seating. It's getting confusing out here.
Not for one Calvin Heimburg.
Well, 15 was confusing.
That's a shocking double.
15 raises an eyebrow from me. That short hole, I don't know how he made double there, but of course it didn't matter much.
Robinson also for birdie.
7 under bogey free. How are they? We saw Kyle Klein parked, so they just had 3 birdies on 14 and 3 birdies on 16.
Yeah, they're
no big deal.
They're playing on another level.
Gannon likes it.
All right, so
you're gonna try this again, huh?
No. Let's just let. What I was gonna say is what I find to be the most difficult in these scenarios is parring a really difficult hole. Playing it for par.
You have to hit the gap.
Yeah.
I mean, first things first. These are tough designs because it doesn't really allow you just the easiest layup ever. 17 and 18, it both involves hitting a gap with some power to start. There's really no way around that.
Because players, a lot of times, some scenarios they do practice for making pars, but they practice for making birdies. And,
this looks great.
It looks really good.
That's exactly what he needed to do.
But then, has he practiced the distance of the layup to the left side, which is opened up?
I'm going to guess yes. I think most players probably at least take a look at that.
Yeah, they do. As they walk by it.
Yeah.
They go, oh, that's a pretty big area over there.
Yeah, yeah. I think the smart ones will have thrown a practice shot or two into that zone.
I agree. And it's a pretty big zone. I mean, take a look here. Barella throwing his second shot. What a tee shot.
Yeah, get this inbounds. Yeah, that is fantastic. Should take Barella to -9 and guarantee him a spot this weekend.
Inbounds. We'll have a long circle 2 look at par. If they all par out, they'll stay just like that. About 150 feet short of this basket and on the left side of the fairway is a large inbounds area.
Right. No.
He.
I was going to say
he
right
was too
there.
long. You can see where he marked it. He went too long there. Auto bogey. Auto bogey for Ezra. Mind you, Ezra still gets in with a bogey. Proctor does not get in with a bogey. That brings Hammis into play.
This looks safer. Could be in the woods.
And just as a reminder to all the fans at home, all those woods are safe. Infinitely. You could go 100 feet into those woods, you'd still be safe.
I think if you need bogey, crashing those woods makes a lot of sense. If you're coming down the stretch Sunday and bogey will get it done on this hole, I think you might see somebody just send one into the woods.
Yeah.
And then just sort of count on being able to at least pitch out and make a pretty routine approach.
Yep.
We'll see. I mean, that area is big, but you wouldn't want to mess with any kind of OB coming down the stretch if bogey is a good enough score.
Correct. Go. Please go. Please go.
Nicely done. Oh, closer than we thought.
Yeah, much better than we thought.
And what a par save.
Yeah.
Considering he hit as early as he did and still walked away with par. McMahon has a birdie luck.
That locks McMahon in. That brings him to 10 under for the round. Excuse me, for the tournament. See, all these birdies, they ice these players in because you feel like, at worst, if you get your tee shot in on 18, you're going to take a bogey.
You would hope.
Because you could just chuck it OB left and pitch over to the basket. Antila's got to still make a good shot here. Can't go too deep into the woods. Uh-oh. That's not good. Do we have a sense of how deep that went into the woods, Brian? I'll ask you one more time, Brian. Do you have a sense of how deep this went into the woods over here on the left side for Antila?
Yeah, you know, he has an opportunity to stretch out for the forehand, but it's going to be a tight stretch out. Still in bounds, but it's not going to be a stock forehand.
That's what it looked like to me, kind of 4 or 5 feet in maybe. If he can stretch out and get a clean swing, I think the forehand is pretty possible. But, man, if he's around this corner, even the forehand might not be it.
It is so thick over here. This is our first look up close to this. Look at how thick this is.
Wow. Maybe disregard what I said about throwing in here on purpose. I'm not sure.
This is our first real. I know you played this course on Monday, Sexton, but this is thick.
Yeah. Well, thankfully I didn't go in there.
No. Well, we would expect that you wouldn't. Antila, work to do.
Adam Hammis is still in play. And so is Alden Harris.
Yeah.
Antila, who had a pretty good front nine. He was 4 under through the front nine, but hasn't birdied since hole 8. Now he's just trying to hold on for dear life.
And he has to have this. I mean, if he doesn't par, he's gone.
Yep, it's over.
He'll have a long putt from circle 2.
Oh,
wow.
If he can't make that, what
This
a
is that
frustrating
$37,500 putt potentially.
Yes, for the opportunity
to make 40 come Sunday afternoon. And they're looking at the scores closely.
Yeah, him and caddy, Devin Grady.
Proctor still needs to make a good shot here. He still needs par.
And
uh-oh.
That's a putt to make.
That is a stressful putt as well. This is so crazy because if Proctor misses that putt, Harris and Hammes would effectively be in, like, as it stood.
Well, Harris is only at 5.
I get that, but my
still,
point is
he would-
Proctor drops to 5. Oh, no, Proctor's
Proctor has
an
the
11.
seed on him,
He's
yeah.
an 11. Excuse me. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I think Harris
must birdie
needs
almost.
birdie
Yeah.
for sure here to give himself a chance.
Harris hasn't birdied since hole 7. Now needs to birdie the most difficult hole on the course.
This is cooked right.
Uber aggressive.
Needs to get down quick. Out of bounds. Out of bounds for Harris.
So it's over for Harris.
Ezra Robinson punching his ticket to the finals with that approach.
And this putt to extend your season and to send Adam Hammes home.
This is at 66 feet, almost on the dot, 20 meters.
And you can see Adam Hammes in the green shirt over here just to the left of that Barbasol sign. He is front row for this putt right here.
To move into the finals, Antala.
What an effort.
Millimeters short. Millimeters for Antala.
So close.
And he was looking so good early in the day. He's got to be just heartbroken.
Antala, since hole 8, where he was 4 under, he is going to shoot 2 over since.
Proctor for par. Off the mark.
Does that stay in bounds?
Shows him as putting for bogey.
So that could bring Nicholas back in.
That is in bounds.
That's going to drop Proctor to 5. Antala will be at 6. Him and Hammes will be in. Proctor's out. He's out. Hammes and Antala are in.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is insanity. And by a miracle, somehow, some way, Gannon Buhr is going to make the finals. Was not playing well at all, but battled nicely to make his way into the finals. Remember, all you had to do was get in.
Think about this man right here, hitting 4 putts
Of
from
60.
60 or longer to just be in by a shot.
What a roller coaster for us and for Nicholas Antala, and somehow Proctor unable to get up and down. Proctor goes bogey, bogey, finish to miss the finals.
And that wasn't online really at all. Out of his hand, the 30-footer left of center. Had the height, plenty of it, but too far left. James Proctor eliminated.
Oh, that's painful.
That is so painful.
Proctor maybe now just realizing once all scores have shifted exactly what happened. He knew it was a big putt, but maybe still thought he had a chance. And right now, James Proctor eliminated.
It's over. That's your top 12.
Crazy day out here. Tough to process everything we just saw. As we said, there's almost a deep exhale here in the booth. Sexton, how do you process all of that?
It's crazy. I mean, the whole day you're just running scenarios. What if this guy could do this, if that happens, It's a brutal format. You feel for James Proctor. I thought Antila had lost it there. I'm sure he thought the same. So he kind of gets this last-second save, comes back in, and hats off to Adam Hammes for never giving up.
Yeah, as he said, maybe the round of his life, and it looks like it's going to pay off because he's going to be moving into the finals, which are going to start tomorrow afternoon on the MPO side.
3 players came from outside in.
Wow.
Joel Freeman, the 23rd seed. Antila, the 25th seed. That is impressive play by those guys to come in and have a chance to make $40,000.
Yeah, well, the finals appear to be set. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to, of course, wrap up with our top scorers. We'll be right back.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart. Keep it simple. Throw Millennium.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
Welcome back. Alden Harris, well, he needs a holy shot of sorts?
Yeah, like ×2.
Okay.
All he needs to do is make it around the Mando and in the elevated basket from 400 plus.
It's up.
I mean, great effort. Great shot.
It will not be enough for Alden Harris as he's sitting at 5 under.
It's going to be probably, assuming he makes that putt, a 1 birdie, 2 over for Alden Harris. James Proctor from the chase card, from the third card, he's just shot that 1 under, and that's what bumped him out.
Speaking of bumping people out, we're going to throw it out to Germ one last time. Germ, you got any parting shots or final words for us today?
Sure do, Terry. What a beautiful week it has been so far in Charlotte. The weather is just absolutely extraordinary. And any confusion that there might have been coming into this event is all settled now. We've got 12 players going sprint to the finish line for 40K. It's just an awesome spectacle here in Charlotte. Couldn't be more proud to be a Charlottean today.
Appreciate it, Germ. And watching now, Isaac Robinson with a forehand. And he's going to find the wood line on the left side. You also saw some of our beautiful drone overviews. Flight Factory discs helping out this week. DGPT 2023 gets you free shipping. Use that code DGPT 2023 when you're checking out. Give you some free shipping throughout the weekend. All thanks to our friends at Flight Factory discs.
A little surprised to see Isaac Robinson in the woods there. I kind of thought the way things have been going that the lead card was just going to star frame this for absolutely no reason.
Just to flex a little?
just to pad stats. But it appears we aren't going to see a star frame. Maybe we'll see a birdie, though.
Yeah, I think Ricky is in a chance to make birdie and tie the course record along with Adam Hammis.
Calvin's thinking about a birdie. He's not going to get one, though.
And although we didn't focus entirely on the lead card today, you'll be able to watch every single shot over there on Jomez Pro, who did follow along with them for all of that incredible play. Klein, who's had a 3 under effort so far today, comes off a double bogey on 17.
Yeah, 17 ended the day with still more birdies and bogeys than pars. I really feel like that one is either a kind of a birdie bogey situation. And this looks, if it can get over the wall, yes. Nice shot by Kyle.
It is. It's going to put him just outside of the circle. Klein is an 8 seed, so we should see him on our second card tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be back to the card we saw yesterday on the lead. Heimburg, Robinson, Wysocki, and Burr.
Yeah, featuring on our second card, McMahon, along with Kyle Klein. And I got to do some math from there. It gets a little more difficult.
A.B. Ezra? No, Cole.
I'm happy to see our top 4 make it through their starting strokes that they earned through the great performance all year. Gannon kind of scared us there for a bit, but I mean, watching disc golf is better when those 4 guys are involved.
Now, can Ricky get there from a standstill? Look how far into the corner Ricky put it.
And I think he just pitched that out of bounds.
He did.
Was that the drive of Ricky Wysocki?
It was.
Oh my goodness.
It also goes to show you that corner is not that easy to hit.
Certainly not from there, because then you're throwing straight at the out of bounds. You can kind of, if you're shorter, I could see how you can swing it back and the hyzer is kind of helping you. But from the location we just saw Ricky, that's not really the case.
So the stats here on 18 for the day, just the 1 birdie from James Conrad so far. He made it from 49-footer from circle 2. 33% pars, so that's 9 players. The rest of the field, about 16 players, bogey or worse.
Wow.
2 triple bogeys we saw. Actually, one of those was a quadruple, or what's a 5 over?
It's too many. That's what it is.
The quintuple.
Quintuple by Matteo. But I think Matteo was just kind of going for broke because he was already out of it, trying to, do Matteo things.
Big smile from Wysocki. He, of course, will have a chance at the $40,000 first place prize coming up just, 48 hours from now is when I expect we'll be hoisting the trophies and checks. What a part of history.
It was 35 last year for Ricky.
Yes, and Kristen.
40 this year.
I think it was 30
Was it
last
30?
year.
Wow.
I thought it might have been 35, but I could be wrong.
Either way, a chance for Ricky to go back-to-back biggest purses ever, as well as for Kristen. Kristen made the top 8 over on the FPO side of things.
And imagine Kyle Klein, fresh off a $30,000 payday at the USDGC. Imagine if he were to get hot and just put $70,000 on the PDGA cash statistics in a matter of 8 days. It's just crazy.
And yes, you were right, guys. It was 35, so I'll stand corrected again. As our competitors start clearing out, be able to take a look at our top 10.
Oh,
Finally, some of us taking a little sigh of relief.
Let's say top 12.
It's not over, never over till you add those things up.
And Nicholas Antala, your last man in. He was able to catch up with Brian Earhart. We heard from them. Let's take a listen, see what they had to say.
Joined here now, the man with the final spot in the top 12, Nicholas Antala. Nicholas, that looked like a stressful round. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it was super stressful. Of course, with the low seed, I had a 25 seed, so I need to shoot hot today. I didn't think that 2-9 was going to do it, but I'm in as the last player, so I will take it for sure, but I need to fix a couple of things for tomorrow for sure.
Well, you went 4 down in the front 9, but got really kind of slow in the back. It seems like everybody is struggling on the back 9. Why is it playing so hard?
I don't know. I think I'm like 8 down for the first 9 holes for 2 rounds, and then back 9 I'm like over par, I think. So I think I just need to shoot hot tomorrow in the beginning and then just take all the birdies I can on the back 9, and I think if I can shoot like 2 to 4 down on the back, that would be enough.
Well, we reset. Scores go back to 0. You joked that you were tied for the lead going into the 3rd round. What kind of mindset are you going to take into just a 2-round tournament for $40,000?
Yeah, I don't need to think about what happened today or yesterday anymore. It's all on the table now. We are all tied for the lead, as Joel Freeman just said. And yeah, gonna be so exciting. Can't wait.
Go get some rest, Nicholas. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
And what a wide range of emotions he was feeling just a few moments ago, buried into the trees there on 18, then has the long putt, comes up just short of making it, and now he knows he's going in and he's got just as good a chance as the other 11 competitors for $40,000. How do you feel like that reset must feel to someone like him?
What a roller coaster. I mean, his joy is unfortunately Proctor's sorrow at this moment, because it all hinged on that putt from Proctor after Antala had missed. But I think he's excited to be out of the pressure cooker for the moment. I think they probably all are. The lead card guys kind of skated today, but all those guys that had to speculate and watch UDisc and be worried about every last shot, I think they're probably excited to have a clean reset, just kind of take that deep breath and try to come out firing.
I think about the statement we talked about at the beginning of the show. Run through the finish. Now, Antala didn't finish with the best score, but he still stuck with it, and he was able to get in. All these shots matter, and they will certainly come Sunday, but it's a restart tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and then also just him being fully aware of the fact that he came in with a 25 seed. He didn't have nearly as many points as some of the people near him, and how he had to battle all the way just to make sure he secured himself ahead of the rest and couldn't rely on a tiebreaker. He struggled to close out the round, but he's fully aware of everything that was going on. Well, we're going to hear from one of the other guys that just barely got in. That, of course, is Adam Hammes. We're going to hear from him on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
I know some fugitives in the past have been kind of a hyzer flip disc. This is going to be a good, ideal disc for flex throwers like myself, or just hyzer shots that you want to go and carry pretty far left. Good grip, good profile. Supreme Fugitive is going to make the bag for me.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton sweet and spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
Moments that are warm,
exciting,
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there,
even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Introducing the Grip 6 belt, the only belt on the market with a no gut pinch guarantee. The Grip 6 is so light and thin that you'll barely even notice it's there. Its smooth, low-profile design makes this belt the most comfortable belt in the world. Overly confident much? You're damn right. Because on top of being the most comfortable belt in the universe, each Grip 6 belt comes with our A3 guarantee, meaning if you don't like any belt for any reason at any time or in any condition, you can just contact us and we'll give you a full refund.
Is that good?
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
Adam Hammes needed this putt from 38 feet to give himself a chance at the finals, and he cans it high left chain. Says one of the best rounds of his life. He caught up with our own Brian Earhart. Let's hear from them now.
Adam, 8 under par today. You've been done for well over an hour. Tell us what it's been like from your perspective.
I've been sitting in the tent over there next to hole 18, and you know, I just have to wait. I just had to wait and see what happened, and it came down to a couple players doing a couple specific things, and it worked out in my favor. I really can't believe it.
I mean, talk about the performance today. I got to see quite a bit of your round yesterday, and the struggle was real with the whole card. I mean, you guys were hitting some lines and just getting the nastiest Nevin tree kicks out there. Yeah. And then today, 8 under par. Like, is that one of the better rounds that you've ever thrown?
Yeah, I'm definitely have to put this in my top 5 rounds ever. I think last week even I had another top 5 round of my life. I shot 10 under at Winthrop, and then to shoot 8 under bogey free here at Nevin is, I can't think back to a round that, means more than this one right now. It's just insane. A bogey free out here is just, it is dumb. It doesn't make sense. I had 3 par stays out there today that were unbelievable. Also 3 of the best par stays I've probably had in recent memory.
Wow. What a time
that's
to do
what it took today, so it's crazy. It's so crazy.
It could have been the last round of your season. Now you have a chance to win $40,000. What does that feel like?
Man, it's crazy. I mean, I think I was like in 27th place after going in today, and I just told myself, go out there and have fun. It doesn't even matter, what really happens. Just have fun. The more fun I have out there today, the better it's going to be. Me and Emerson, great buddy of mine, we just had a good time. We said to each other on hole 6 that if either of us make this in it, they're caddying for the other person going into the weekend, and they're getting 10% of the winnings. So whatever happens this weekend, Emerson gets 10%.
Sick. Love that bet. Well, Adam, you're going to have to wait at least a couple more days before you get out there to the hunting lease.
Yep.
Congrats
I know.
on making it, and we'll see you tomorrow, man.
All
Thanks
right.
for the interview.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
It's smiling from ear to ear, as you can see. And, man, it sounds like a pretty good offering up there by Emerson Keith, who's now going to be on the bag and guaranteed to 10% of whatever happens over the next 2 days. Not too shabby.
Not at all. I think some smart business dealings there for Emerson Keith. But though he was on a very hot start as well, we should say. Emerson was looking dangerous early. Hard to keep that going for a whole day out here, though.
Yeah, and he was talking about some of the saves that he made. He ended up with, I think it was like 6 or 7 what they called scrambles because he was off the fairway to start. One of those was an 82-foot throw-in for par.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's the par he's talking about. Terry, you were just making the joke. I mean, this was one of the best guys of the guy's season, maybe of his life. We saw 3 shots, from the 18 there. But now we're going to get to see hopefully a lot of his shots, as if he can put that performance down again or something similar. Maybe he can do it. If we really start to look at it, though, is it going to be 2 8-unders that wins? Probably not. It's going to be hard to imagine that.
Yeah, as he said, it just was dumb or stupid or whatever he was saying in a good way, that he was able to go bogey-free and then put together 8 birdies. Clearly an incredible performance at one of the most crucial stages and one of the most, best times to rise to the occasion for him to get into the finals. He's officially punched his ticket. We're going to take one more final break here on the network, and then we're going to come back with our OTB after show and shot of the day. We'll see you then.
I know some fugitives in the past have been kind of a hyzer flip disc. This is going to be a good, ideal disc for flex throwers like myself, or just hyzer shots that you want to go and carry pretty far left. Good grip, good profile. Supreme Fugitive is going to make the bag for me.
Nice Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
Millennium Sirius Falcon is a 13-speed distance driver.
It's great for your hyzer flip shots, your flat shots, and your long, slow anhyzers. Get one in your bag today. Get yours at golfdisc.com. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Putting is where we get all of our strokes shaved off at the end of the rounds. It's always important to make clutch putts towards the end of tournaments. If you're on the biggest stage, you want to make sure you're confident with what you're playing with.
So I start with my putters. I like 300 PA3s. I putt with the PA3.
My putters are 300 PA3s.
PA3 is perfect for my spin putt. They go straight, dead straight.
So having less glide, stiff plastic, the beads, pretty much my ideal putter right here.
Been rocking these polos all year. I love the breathability and comfortability. They've allowed me to perform at a high level. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Calvin Heimburg ultimately finishes with 16 under over the 2 days. He had a few strokes that he came into the tournament with, but we were able to catch up with him after his round. Here's what he had to say.
Now, Calvin, what was the attitude going into today? Did you feel like you were already a shoe-in to play this weekend, or did you still feel like you had to earn it?
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty likely I was going to make it in.
Yep.
I don't know exactly how many I had on the line going into the day, but it was quite a few, so it was just kind of come out here, you know, don't stress too much. It's just get some throws in and, you know, try not to, you know, frustrate yourself at all and just, you know, get ready for, you know, the actual tournament starting this weekend.
Yeah, I've been kind of speculating for players that had so many strokes at this round today. It almost at times maybe seemed like a practice round for the weekend because you're 10 strokes ahead of the cut line. You're not going to lose all of that. Like, did you ever feel like you were thinking about what you're going to feel tomorrow and how you might throw when the pressure's on?
I mean, I don't think there was really too much thought about tomorrow today. I tried a couple different things off the tee that I didn't yesterday just to see, you know, if I might want to do them, you know, going into tomorrow. But as a whole today was just, you know, don't waste too much mental energy and just, you know, save it all for the weekend.
Well, how do you feel about your bag? I mean, I saw during round one, a couple of those eagles were like bleeding over a little bit. Did you throw a little bit more overstable today? What were the changes today?
Yeah, I think there's really only one spot where I think I threw an eagle that was different from yesterday. For the most part, the game plan was the same, but I tried a couple different tee shots. Like I threw a backhand off the tee of hole 7, and then I also threw a backhand off the tee of hole 11. So plays that I might use tomorrow, I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm a little stumped on what I want to do on 7. It's really difficult. Par 4, but I don't know. We'll see what's feeling good tomorrow.
Cool. What's a number you think it's going to take this thing down in 2 rounds?
I don't know. I think it's probably going to take double digits of some kind. I think someone will come out here and shoot, you know, a 6 or a 7, and then put together like a 4 or 5 after. So
cool.
But yeah, it could be hotter, and you know, if it's bad weather at any point, it could also be less. But I don't know. I mean, you see the people play today, and you see there's birdies everywhere. It's just you can also bogey. So if someone really is lighting it up, you know, they could, you know, string together an 8 or 9 down going into the Sunday final round.
All right. Well, congrats on making it. Chance at 40K this weekend. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And one of my favorite comments from Calvin there is just saying, well, I'm trying to get ready for the tournament to start tomorrow, or however he worded that, thinking that, yes, he knew he had an advantage and he just kind of had to maintain. And also what I loved hearing from him is just saying he didn't want to expend too much mental energy, just knowing that he was kind of maintaining to get into tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Doss, I'll throw it out to you, though. He just said it. Somebody could get hot, could shoot 8 or 9 under. We saw what Hammes did with the 8 under today, a bogey-free effort at that. Do you dare project what might be a winning score after the next 2 rounds?
Well, first I'll say, does the real tournament start tomorrow? Sure, yeah, it's the finals. It's actually a separate tournament. The one that Calvin started on Thursday, he should have won, and he did. In fact, the top 4 should have all made it through, and they did. Cannon Burr made it a little bit more difficult on himself by taking some big numbers early, but ultimately those guys played well. They deserve to be in the finals. They were the best players throughout the season. Now, looking at what we're kind of talking about, hearing the words from Calvin, I totally agree with him in the sense that there's a lot of birdies to be had. We were talking about star frames on holes or where they were getting 3 of 4 or something like that, that the other guys were shooting over par on.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of birdies out there. I think the key here is to avoid the big number, the triple, the double, and just kind of stay positive. And if you're off in the woods, put yourself back in the middle of the fairway and trust your skill that you can get up and down or at least make bogey, because you're going to make some birdies out there too. Score-wise, I'll let Sexton kind of project that, but I'll say this. The best scores for the first 2 days was Heimburg and Redolin without any added strokes, 10 under for the 2 rounds.
I'll go, if we have significant rain, 9.
Okay.
If it stays dry, 12.
All right, thinking 12. A dozen might take it. A dozen under par over the next 2 days. They've got 36 holes. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's going to be a $40,000 check at the end, and that's what they're going to be hoisting up and cashing in, along with some beautiful trophies that I saw from a local out of the Charlotte area. Now, OTB shot of the day. Any projections? Any guesses on those?
Wow.
I am going to say that, and it won't be because we know Gary, but the 38-footer on 18 by Hammes.
It was a big shot, and it was surprisingly obvious that what it meant at the moment, even though there was so much else going on. Give me a curveball. I'm going to go curveball as well. A package of Ezra putts. It's going to be more than one shot.
True.
Okay, I like that. I also like the standstill by Antala that put him into birdie range, or put him right next to the basket, actually, on hole number 7. I like that, and I loved Klein's drive on 8. Parked it, just the laser right to the pin for our USDGC champ.
We got a wide spread.
All right. I'm going Klein. Let's take a look. Our OTB shot of the day. Only the best. Oh, and we've got Heimburg. All right. Yes, one we kind of forgot about, but Heimburg. I mean, it wasn't an Ella Hansen ace like she did in practice, so I'm not sure this should overtake shot of the day, but
I did not forget about this shot in my predictions. Not to take anything away from it. It was a great shot. He did park the hole perfectly played.
Oh, wait till he learns he got shot of the day. Can you imagine the excitement?
Oh, the smile.
Yeah, the huge excitement and smile out of Heimburg.
Probably the screams.
Just jumping for joy to be awarded that. So nice shot by Calvin Heimburg. Tomorrow morning, we start off the finals on the FPO side. Of course, Tournament Central will kick things off, and we'll be doing that at 9 a.m. Eastern. That's 6 a.m. Pacific. And then tomorrow in the afternoon at 2 p.m., we'll have the MPO. For Brian Earhart, along with Big Germ out on the course, and Nate Perkins, we've got Nate Doss and Nate Sexton. I'm the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the finals at the Tour Championship presented by Barbasol.
Good evening, disc golf fans, and welcome to Tournament Central one last time today. It has been an incredible day out here at Nevin Park. I'm actually at a bit of a loss for words. Myself and Nate Perkins wrapping up the action. The Great Reset has officially happened, and the top 12 players in the MPO division are now moving on to the finals of the Tour Championship. Nate, it was chaotic all day long. What do you think?
I think that the new format really provided a lot of drama for us. I mean, today was probably the most exciting day of golf I've had from a broadcasting perspective and just from a pure fans perspective. And where do we even begin? I mean, I'd kind of like to begin from the outside looking in, you know, like players that started way back. I mean, Adam Hammis started in 27th place going into today. He was on the second to last card, Brian. Yesterday, things were not going his way. I mean, he ended up shooting over par. Today, he sets the new Nevin course record, puts himself into the top 12, but it wasn't secure until an hour and a half later. And Adam was watching people finish. So he's just standing there for an hour, sweating it, basically, you know, hoping someone bogeys, kind of. You know, at that point, like, it's weird as a competitor. Like, you never root for someone to bogey, but when you're trying to make it in. So I'm going to walk you through my perspective. Adam's been waiting for an hour. He's watching Nicholas Antila and James Proctor come in on 18. Both of them have a putt for their par. Nicholas is right at 66 feet. James is right at circle's edge. If Nicholas or James make their putt, Adam is not in. Okay, so Nicholas is first, just barely comes up short. Here's Proctor's putt right here, Brian. This is for his season.
Just not a committed putt whatsoever.
It was even maybe overcommitted. Like, it's just not the type of putt we see from him. Normally we see him just bury it. He just got the nose up. But the thing is you could tell that he was taking so much time. I mean, look at that body language from James. Hands across his chest, like, just totally defeated. He's had an incredible season. I mean, for most of the season, he was well into the top 10. I think he was top 5 for a while. So it's not like a normal tournament where we see someone putt for their season. And we got to see it back-to-back times today while Adam Hammis is watching them, and their putts determine his fate. It's just, this format is providing some new content that we've never experienced before.
Well, Nate, I want to talk also about Nicholas Antila. He was the only player in the top 12 that didn't get a stroke advantage. He was the 25th seed out of 32, and he battled his way to the finish. And there were moments when I don't think he even believed he was going to make it. I mean, it was such a stressful round today, but he had moments of brilliance in the front 9. I believe he was 9 under par total on the front 9. On the back, he struggled tremendously and had mentioned that he just could not get anything going yesterday or today. Nate, what do you think about Nicholas's chances going into this reset 2-round tournament for 40 grand?
Yeah, I mean, great chance, Brian. He went 4 down yesterday, 2 down today, and he just hasn't found his rhythm. He has shot the best on the front 9 through 2 rounds. Back 9 is obviously proving to be the more difficult one, but I think that the pressure's gone. It's a total relief. There's just 12 competitors now advancing. Anyone that made it, they played some really high-level golf already through 2 rounds. So I think anyone has as good of a chance as anyone else, especially because the stroke's completely reset.
Well, we have to talk also about Gannon Buhr. Personally, watching him and watching the way he was kind of carrying himself throughout the past couple of rounds, I wasn't sure if he was going to have the mental fortitude to carry through and make it to the next round, and he does it by 1 stroke, Nate. It was just unbelievable. Before we talk any farther, let's listen to what Gannon had to say after this extremely stressful second round. Joined here by Gannon Buhr. Gannon, the cut line was 6 under par total. You finished at 7 under par total. How are you feeling throughout the round?
Wow, that was like, I'd almost call that more stressful than any tournament I've ever had. And it's just for the potential, and it's basically like, you know, because I made the cut, I'm just tied for the lead with 2 rounds left to go. So that's kind of how it feels. obviously I didn't play my best disc golf, but to battle back after, starting my tournament off with a triple bogey, it's pretty insane. But yeah, it's just like this course really tests how you do under pressure. And when you're coming down the stretch, knowing what you have to do, pretty much every player is checking scores because you have to. There's a lot of those, like on the last, from like 11 to probably like 16 is all the stretch where you have to just hit your gaps. If you hit your early gaps, you're going to be rewarded with not bogeys at least. So it gives you chances at birdies, and I did pretty well of just not really having to scramble too much. And with the times I did, I had some really insane scrambles.
Well, you were 91% from Circle 1, but you were 75% from Circle 2 today. It seemed like you and the rest of your card were just throwing up fireworks out there. Was it exciting to be a part of a card that was all battling for that cut line?
Yeah, dude, Ezra's putting was insane today. He literally made every single putt. It's very exciting to see. He's definitely underrated putter, I'd say. Proctor is always banging putts, and Nicolas is really good too. So, and I was happy to get my few in there as well. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to the low stress weekend, just to know that I made it. I can kind of play. We reset, and you're on a clean slate again. And then everything that happened before this, doesn't matter how much you're down by, you're tied for the lead again. So it's a good feeling.
It's a sprint to the finish.
Yeah.
Gannon, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And yet again, Gannon Burr joined here by Gannon Burr this week. Hole number 12, he throws absolutely phenomenal hyzer flip second shot down the corridor, even gets it to pop nose down as it finishes. Just beautiful lines. He turns around and kind of winks at the crowd because he has said all season long that he's committing to that flex line as his main straight shot, but now the course is forcing him to do something different. He continues to showcase his versatility and how he's evolving as a player. It's scary. I turned and jokingly asked Nicholas Antila, Nicholas, did you teach him how to do that? And without hesitation, he goes, yes. And if that's true, I don't know if it is or not, shame on you, Nicholas. You should not be teaching Gannon Burr any more skills, because now that he has everything, this is the most well-rounded player in the MPO division. This is phenomenal stuff from Gannon. He hasn't looked entirely sharp, though. He's going to have to drop a couple of really solid rounds, maybe 5 under if he wants to win this tournament. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that shot on 12 was wicked, and certainly keep your tricks to yourself at this point if you want to beat them moving forward. And I was watching this card, and the tension could not have been higher. I mean, you were out there in person. You said that they weren't talking to each other whatsoever. I mean, the stretch right there, 12, 13, and then the gauntlet on 14. I mean, those are moments in the round where all four of those guys, Gannon, Nicholas, Proctor, like they're on the bubble. Okay, if they miss any one of those drives, like that could be it. Ezra Robinson being the fourth right there, and they showed up. They collected themselves on those difficult tee shots, and they pured them, and all four of them are in and just barely in.
Well, and here's the thing we have to talk about. Ezra Robinson, unbelievable. I mean, we're talking about throwing shots under pressure. Ezra Robinson hit shots with power better than anybody on that lead or that third card today.
Throwing drivers?
Unbelievable, Nate. I mean, this guy has come along in the category of control more than anybody. If we could give a most improved award for some specific categories, long putting, number 1. Gannon Burr even himself has mentioned that he's a super underrated long putter out here, and he showcased it today. And then also control with the distance driver with gaps. I would put him top 5 right now on the tour, right alongside of his brother, Isaac Robinson. We caught up with Ezra after this unbelievable showcase that got him into the next round. Let's hear what he had to say. Joined now by Ezra Robinson from the third card. Cut line was 6 down. You ended at 7 under. Talk about the emotions going through this 18.
It was so stressful the whole round. Every shot mattered, and I knew I didn't have much to play with, so it was, I mean, I'm just glad to have made it. I mean, to be honest, I made a couple long putts, which was very nice, and then I missed a couple shorties, which it evened out. So, I mean, again, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, glad it's over.
you threw up some fireworks out there. I mean, you hit hundreds of feet worth of putts out there. When you're hitting that many long putts, what are you even thinking about at this point? Is it nothing?
Basically, yeah. I mean, I tell myself to give it a bid on every putt, and if they drop, great. If not, then hopefully I gave it a good run. But to have more than one drop, it was pretty special, and I knew I needed it. So.
Well, hole number 18 comes up, and there's a lot running on a lot of you guys. I mean, there's a lot on the line, and you go out of bounds in that second shot.
Mm-hmm.
What emotions are you feeling in that moment, and what did you feel like stepping up to that lie?
Yeah, no, that was actually my play. To just throw it long OB. I was talking to Gannon. And I was like, I just need a bogey. And he's like, well, just...
I knew it. I told him. He did that on purpose.
Yeah, he was like, I mean, I wouldn't mind being safe, but I didn't mind going OB. He was like, just throw it as far as you can OB. And I was like, okay, just get up and down from 100 feet. And then I threw it OB, and I was like, and then it hit me. I was like, I better get up and down from 100 feet, and I did. But yeah, that was technically my play. So,
well, tomorrow, clean slate, 2-round tournament for 40 grand. What mindset are you taking into tomorrow?
Shoot. I mean, to win would be amazing. But, yeah, just play 2 solid rounds and not make too many mistakes and just see where it gets me. I mean, just never give up. So
there's only 12 left of you guys. It should be a really exciting day for everyone, so good luck out there.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Have a lot of young players also moving into this round of 12. But Ricky Wysocki, their defending champion here at Nevin, is also in the mix. We'll hear from Ricky after the commercial break here.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants, and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Just the way you like it. So fresh. Down.
You can watch the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship and more live pro disc golf coverage here on the Disc Golf Network. Use the code CHAMPTC at checkout for 20% off your first month subscription. Scan the QR code or hit the link in the description below to subscribe today and wrap up the 2023 disc golf season. A man whose season did not wrap up today is Joel Freeman. He is moving on to the finals. Let's see what he had to say after his round today.
Joel, you're in, man.
I'm in.
You're
Let's
playing
go.
this weekend. What does that feel like? Chance at $40,000.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, obviously, just super thankful. I don't feel like I was like super sharp the last 2 days, but I mean, the mental stayed there. I stayed present, never gave up, and yeah, scrambled pretty well in some crucial moments. Yeah, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, just 2 single bogeys today. So you said you weren't super crisp. Was that tee shots or what part of the course was really challenging you?
Yeah, I mean, so yesterday I threw really well. The disc was coming out of my hand nice, and I let some putts slip by. Today I wasn't throwing well, and the putter was like maybe a little better, but just not quite, you know, firing on all cylinders. And on days like that, they're gonna come, and you just gotta make lemonade with lemons. You know what I mean? So, you know, my hope for the next 2 days is kind of some of those rough edges could maybe smooth out, but I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Well,
It's
I want
awesome.
one more question for you. I want to ask you about your equipment. Like, what discs specifically are standing out for you this week? Like, what slots and what stabilities have really shined at Nevin?
Oh man, you'll hear some mixed reviews, but I love this course, and part of what ends up happening with my disc selection on a course that I love tends to be that I end up using all the discs in my bag. I love being able to pull out each and every one in the right situation when the course demands it of me. That being said, I'm throwing the J quite a bit. Yeah, other than that, a couple Thunderbird shots.
More Thunderbird than Destroyer?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Thunderbird and Destroyer, I mean, the reason I don't mention Destroyer specifically is because I'm always throwing the Destroyer all the time. So certainly a lot of both.
Cool, man. Well, Joel, thank you for the interview. Congrats, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Joel.
Cool.
Now, Joel said he wasn't sharp.
Yep.
We kind of hear that from him even if he's dominating. I think he's just a perfectionist in that matter. And the thing is, he seems happy to be going to the finals. And Nate,
Yeah.
he has 2 opportunities to take down $40,000 here. Here's a big advantage. He was mentioning to me that a lot of chatter about this course is going on amongst the players this week.
Yeah.
And some of it's positive, some of it is really negative. And you always hear negative complaints from players when you play a course as tight as Nevin. Joel, on the other hand, loves this place.
Yep.
He enjoys showing up to T1 and playing this track week in and week out. He's played here multiple times before. That in itself is going to help you not give up because you enjoy this place so
Yeah.
much. I think his skill set is perfect for it as well.
It certainly is. And yeah, it's very interesting to note like the difference in Joel's attitude sometimes. He's off the course, he's all cheery and everything, and then he's on the course. He's a different player. It's almost like he taps into like an alter ego. And I know he's gotten a lot of feedback for that attitude, but it worked. He's in. He made it to the Tour Championship. He's one of the 12 advancing. I did love in that interview, Brian, how he talked about why it's his favorite course is because he gets to use all the discs in his bag. And that's because you have to get so creative. There's so many different spots on the course where it's completely situational, not a stock shot whatsoever. You probably didn't practice it. You have to have that good relationship with that flippy disc to be able to shape something special to get up and down. He just had 2 single bogeys today, so I couldn't quite see what he was talking about not being sharp because he looked pretty great. 4 down's a good number.
4 down's a good number. I don't think 4 down is going to net you the victory. So I think what he's saying is he needs to grab those few extra strokes in order to get that. Nate, we have to talk about the man who we knew was going to move on to the finals, Calvin Heimburg. I mean, he got the 6-stroke advantage going into this, first phase of the event, which gives him quite a bit of cushion, but you still have to earn it. We saw players take double, triple, quadruple bogeys on single holes, and that could bleed all those strokes right there for Calvin. He didn't let that happen. What do you pick up from that?
Well, he was the only player that I felt like today was completely safe. He was 10 strokes above that cut line today. So we heard in Calvin's interview, which we say for that main broadcast, that Calvin was kind of treating today as preparation for tomorrow. He mentioned that he actually changed a few shots up. You and I both saw him bleed over some of those eagles a little bit too much. Well, he took 2 holes today where he went to the more stable version of that eagle and got that dialed. So it was interesting to see that lead card kind of play with a little less pressure than the rest of the people. It seemed just didn't seem to have the same tension because they had more strokes to play with, and certainly Calvin with 10 going into it. Now he was a little bummed that we are resetting and he's not going to take this 3-stroke lead into tomorrow, but everyone knew what they were getting into with this format. So the great reset has happened, Calvin. You're going to have to bring those overstable eagles to play tomorrow because everyone's gunning for you.
Well, everyone's gunning for one thing, and that's the first prize, and I think you're going to see some pretty spectacular play when this much money is on the line. This is a chance to stamp your place in disc golf history. Man who's already done that is Ricky Wysocki. He's here and he's ready to take down yet another title at Nevin Park. I mean, this is a guy that's lived in the Carolinas before. He's played this style of golf so many times. He's been on the road full-time as a professional disc golfer for over a decade, Nate. I mean, this guy has seen everything there is to see in this sport. Nevin's tough. He has 2 days to shoot something spectacular to take down all this money. I know this title means a lot to him. What is he going to have to do?
Well, Ricky has more birdies through the first 2 rounds than any other player. So he knows how to birdie out here. He also knows how to win out here. And this win means a lot to the guy. I mean, he's racked up countless wins over his time on the tour. But Brian, he hasn't won a major since 2017. And his last big win was this tour championship. To him, it feels like a major. To him, it is a vital piece of his legacy, these events. Whereas, you know, it could just be cash for someone else, but for him, it's to continue on and to be a dominant presence in the sport. We were actually able to talk to Ricky Wysocki after his round, and he actually gave us a little prediction of what he thinks it's going to take down that 40K. Let's take a listen. What up, Rick? 10 birdies through 14 holes?
I know how to birdie out here, that's for sure.
Yeah, so you know how to birdie. It seems like the birdies are there. It just seems like it's a matter of, can you avoid the bogeys and the double bogeys?
Yeah, I mean, I think in order to win this thing, I mean, you're going to have to get a lot of birdies. So I'm very happy with that stat because, you know, if you're not getting a lot of birdies, you're just going to get passed and you're not going to have a chance to win. And so I'm here to win, and I think that's kind of the mindset tomorrow is just attack a lot of birdies. Yeah, you might get a bogey or a double bogey here or there. But I had, I think, 5 or 6 bogey strokes today and still shot 6 under. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be, you're having to get a lot of birdies. I think I'm looking to shoot right around 12, 13 under. I think that's going to be what it's going to take to win over these next 2 rounds.
Okay.
To take it down. And like I said, I have the aggressive shots and the birdies in my bag to make a lot of birdies.
Well, Rick, what do you feel about this format? I know you're a fan of golf. I know, you know, it's similar to the FedEx Cup. Like, do you feel like that this is the format we should be rolling with?
Yeah, I think that I really like seeing the year-long points transition into, hey, you have an advantage in the Tour Championships like we do this year. Calvin had 6 strokes ahead of second place and, you know, 5 under, 4 under. I was at 4 under. I got 4th in points. So I think that equates to something. It makes it easier to make the finals, and I think that's very important because we play all season long, and you know that's a tough thing to do to win the points title like Calvin did, and so he should get rewarded for it, and he did, and it made it that much easier for him to just coast into the finals. And then like I said, 2 rounds, and I like the fact that it's 2 rounds as well. It's not just one. Once you make the finals, it's 2 rounds. It's basically a 2-round tournament to determine the winner, and I think that's a great way to crown a champion.
And my last question for you, Rick, is I want to ask about your equipment. Like, what discs are you really leaning on? Is there a specific fairway that's like beat in a little bit that's flying better for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously lots of fairways. I like the Explorer right now. I've got an Opto Explorer that's flying really well, and I've got also a Raptor iRive that kind of is a hyzer flip. And I think those 2 discs are, you know, the straight shooters through these tunnels, and I think that's super important. Yeah, you got to hyzer flip a lot of shots out here, and even throw like Annies that just drag over around corners and stuff. And so those are 2 discs that I've been leaning on. Also a Felons. Those are, you know, kind of around the corner, forehand, backhand. I threw a nice forehand roller on it. You know, I think what was it, like 10 or 11 today to get a birdie. So yeah, it's going to be all about scrambling. You know, obviously getting birdies, but when you're not getting birdies, you're going to have to be scrambling for pars and sometimes even bogeys. Sometimes if you're that far out of position.
All right, well, you said it, 12 or 13 under par through 2 rounds to take home 40K. Best of luck to you, Ricky.
Thank you. Sweet. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, guys.
Well, the Great Reset has officially happened, and the slate is clear. 2 more rounds to crown a champion here at the Tour Championship. We just have 12 players remaining. Good night, folks. That was a chaotic day out here at Nevin Park. 2 more rounds. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.